Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Sit back, relax, and open your mind as we journey through the mysterious universe inside your own head. From the secrets of memory and consciousness to the puzzles of dreams, intelligence, and identity, the human brain remains our most fascinating frontier. Scientists have mapped neurons, decoded impulses, and built machines that mimic thought. Yet the greatest questions remain unanswered. What truly defines awareness? Why do we feel, remember, and believe? Tonight, we explore 50 of the strangest, most mind-bending mysteries of the brain that science still can't fully explain. Hey guys, welcome back. Close your eyes for a moment and picture the night sky. Billions of stars, galaxies beyond count, light traveling for ages through infinite dark. Now imagine that everything you've ever known, every sound, thought, color, and memory, fits inside something smaller than a melon resting between your ears. The brain is the only part of the universe that can contemplate itself, a living cosmos of cells and signals generating every experience you've ever had. And despite centuries of study, this 3-pound organ remains the most complex mystery we've ever faced. Scientists estimate the human brain contains about 86 billion neurons, each forming up to 10,000 synaptic connections. That's roughly a quadrillion communication pathways, far more than the number of stars in the Milky Way. Every second, millions of tiny electrical impulses surge through these connections, forming dynamic networks that process sensory input, store memories, and give rise to awareness. But here's the paradox. No single neuron knows anything. Consciousness doesn't live in one cell or one region. It emerges somehow from the vast choreography of neural activity. Neuroscience has mapped the territory in exquisite detail. We know which regions light up when we speak, move, remember, or dream. We can watch blood flow in real time using fMRI scans, track electrical patterns with EEGs, even simulate neural firing on supercomputers. Yet the deeper question, the why of experience, remains unanswered. How does electrochemical activity translate into the feeling of seeing red, hearing music, or falling in love? Somewhere between the firing of neurons and the awareness of thought lies a mystery no microscope can reach. The great neuroscientist Santiago Ramon y Cajal once called neurons the mysterious butterflies of the soul. He saw them not just as biological units, but as messengers of meaning. Today, even with advanced imaging and molecular genetics, the essence of those butterflies still escapes us. We can dissect, record, and manipulate them, but the subjective spark, the awareness behind the machinery, stays hidden. Think about it. The brain creates reality. Everything we perceive, light, sound, taste, touch, is not the external world itself, but the brain's interpretation of electrical signals. When you gaze at the ocean, your eyes convert photons into neural codes. Your brain translates those codes into color, movement, and emotion. The sea you see is not out there. It's inside you, constructed by a neural orchestra playing the song of perception. That construction happens instantly, automatically, and usually without error. Yet sometimes the brain's power to create can deceive. Optical illusions, déjà vu, and false memories expose its artistic license. The mind edits the world to make sense of it, even if that means bending truth. We don't see reality as it is. We see it as we need it to be. And perhaps that's what makes the brain not just an organ of logic, but of imagination. Consider how seamlessly the brain merges logic and emotion. The prefrontal cortex, seat of reasoning, is constantly negotiating with the limbic system, home of instinct and desire. Every decision we make, buying a coffee, choosing a partner, forming a belief, is the product of this silent debate between rational and emotional circuits. When harmony reigns, we call it wisdom. When conflict flares, we call it doubt. Either way, the dialogue never ends. Even the simplest act, say, reaching for a glass of water, requires astonishing coordination. Visual information must locate the glass. The motor cortex must plan the movement. The cerebellum must calculate trajectory. And sensory feedback must correct the motion in real time. Within half a second, billions of neurons cooperate to perform a task so trivial we rarely notice it. It's a reminder that beneath ordinary life lies extraordinary complexity. But here's where the paradox deepens. The brain is both you and not you. It generates the sense of self, yet it operates mostly outside awareness. You don't consciously control your heartbeat, temperature, or digestive rhythm. The brain's autonomic systems handle those quietly. Even thoughts seem to arise unbidden, ideas surfacing like bubbles in water. We experience ownership of them, but we don't truly choose their arrival. Neuroscientists describe this as the illusion of authorship. Your brain acts first. Consciousness justifies later. This insight unsettles philosophers and scientists alike. If neural circuits dictate behavior before we're aware of deciding, what does free will mean? Experiments show motor activity in the brain milliseconds before subjects consciously choose to act. Some interpret this as proof that free will is illusion. Others argue consciousness may still intervene at later stages, editing actions before completion. Either way, the mystery of agency, why we feel like authors of our choices, remains central to understanding mind itself. And yet, for all its mystery, the brain is astonishingly physical. It weighs about 3 pounds, consumes 20% of the body's energy, and runs on glucose and oxygen. Deprived of either for more than a few minutes, neurons begin to die. This fragility contrasts with its creative power. The same tissue that depends on sugar to function composes symphonies, builds civilizations, and imagines infinity. A single organ, evolved from primitive nerve nets, now holds the universe in thought. Our ancestors couldn't have imagined such a thing. To them, the mind was spiritual, the brain mere flesh. Only in recent centuries did science begin to bridge that divide. Each discovery, neurons, neurotransmitters, brain imaging, peeled back a layer of mystery, yet revealed more depth beneath. Today's questions are subtler, not simpler. What is the neural signature of consciousness? How does memory outlive matter? Why do subjective experiences feel unified when the brain processes them in parallel? The more we learn, the more we see the brain as ecosystem rather than engine. Billions of cells communicate through chemical messengers, glial cells regulate energy flow, and microtubules shape structure and timing. The brain is not a computer. It's a living forest pulsing with growth, decay, and regeneration. Each thought is a pathway through that forest, fleeting yet transformative. Perhaps that's why every human brain is unique. No two neural patterns are identical. Even identical twins diverge as experience molds their circuits. This individuality is the fingerprint of the mind. Every habit, trauma, and memory leaves a mark, microscopic traces of life's journey etched into tissue. The story of who we are is literally written in our wiring. As we move deeper into the 21st century, brain science stands at the edge of a revolution. Technologies like neural mapping, quantum-level imaging, and AI-based simulation promise unprecedented insights. Yet the deeper we explore, the more the brain seems to resist total understanding. Like the cosmos, it's boundless, not in size, but in depth. each answer opening new realms of uncertainty. So, as we begin this journey through the brain's greatest mysteries, remember, you are both the explorer and the landscape. Every revelation you encounter will unfold within the very thing it seeks to describe. The brain is not just where thought happens. It is thought, dreaming itself into being, forever trying to understand the one enigma it can never fully escape: itself. Imagine standing before a vast, swirling storm, lightning flashing in countless directions, every strike random, yet somehow rhythmic. That's what a living brain looks like when seen through the lens of modern imaging: chaos that organizes itself. To an untrained eye, its electrical waves seem unpredictable, even wild. But look closer, and patterns emerge: oscillations, synchronies, waves of coherence. Beneath the apparent noise lies something astonishing: order born of complexity, harmony rising out of seeming confusion. The brain is not just an organ of thought, it is an orchestra of timing where every neuron plays a note in the grand symphony of self. Every second, billions of neurons fire in parallel. They don't do it randomly. Like fireflies flashing in unison, neural populations synchronize into rhythms: slow waves during sleep, rapid bursts during attention, medium pulses during daydreaming. These oscillations act as a kind of internal metronome, coordinating communication across the brain's regions. Think of them as Wi-Fi frequencies for the mind. When the right rhythms align, information flows effortlessly. When they fall out of sync, confusion and disorder follow. This self-organization is one of the brain's most extraordinary feats. No conductor dictates the rhythm, yet billions of elements manage to keep time. It's the same principle that lets starlings form murmuration swirls or heart cells beat together in a dish. Complexity creates coordination. The brain's architecture, dense but modular, distributed yet connected, seems designed to balance flexibility and stability. Too little order, and thought disintegrates. Too much, and it fossilizes into rigidity. Life thrives in between. Take the default mode network, for example. A set of regions that light up when you're resting, daydreaming, or reflecting on yourself. It seems paradoxical that the brain is most active when we're doing nothing. But this network is where the mind rehearses possibilities, reviews memories, and constructs identity. When you think about your past or imagine your future, this internal mode hums quietly in the background, linking experience to imagination. Scientists suspect it's where the sense of self lives, where continuity of consciousness is stitched moment by moment. Then there's the salience network, acting like the brain's air traffic controller. It decides what matters and what can be ignored, filtering endless sensory data into relevance. Every sound, color, and motion competes for your attention, yet somehow you don't drown in the flood. You hear your name across a noisy room because this system prioritizes personal meaning over raw input. It's the unseen editor of experience, making sure consciousness stays coherent. Meanwhile, the executive network, anchored in the prefrontal cortex, keeps plans on track. It's what helps you focus on reading these words instead of scrolling away. Together, these overlapping systems, default, salience, executive, form the invisible order of thought. They switch dominance depending on what you do: introspection, action, or attention. Like shifting gears in a machine, this constant interplay maintains the balance between chaos and control that defines mental life. But how does such coordination arise without a master planner? The answer lies in feedback. Neurons fire, influence others, and receive input in return. Loops form, tiny circuits connecting local clusters to global hubs. Over time, these feedback systems stabilize, allowing the brain to predict rather than just react. That predictive capacity, anticipating a sound before it occurs, a word before it's spoken, is the secret ingredient of intelligence. The brain isn't just processing reality, it's constantly simulating it, refining its model of the world in microseconds. The order we experience as reality is the brain's best guess, continually updated. When perception mismatches prediction, you notice surprise. When prediction matches, you feel calm. In this sense, your entire experience of the world is an endless act of controlled hallucination, guided by sensory input and expectation. The brain is both artist and critic, building and judging its own version of truth. This principle, known as predictive coding, may explain everything from perception to emotion. Joy, fear, curiosity, and grief could be the brain's error signals, emotional markers telling the system how far off its expectations are. The mind feels before it knows, because emotion evolved as feedback for survival. A brain without error signals would be tranquil but blind, unable to adjust, learn, or care. Order exists not despite error, but because of it. Zoom in further, and you'll find another layer of order: modularity. The brain isn't uniform. It's a collection of specialized neighborhoods: visual cortex, motor strip, auditory cortex, each handling distinct functions, yet all interconnected. Imagine a city where every district has a job but depends on the others to thrive. The visual cortex sends imagery to memory centers. The hippocampus links it to context. The amygdala tags it with emotion. This collaboration transforms raw data into meaning. At the heart of this architecture lies the connectome, the complete map of neural wiring. Scientists comparing it to the genome say DNA is the blueprint, but the connectome is the design in motion. Every thought, habit, and memory subtly rewires it. Connections strengthen or weaken depending on use, a process called neuroplasticity. It's how learning happens, how trauma scars, how recovery unfolds. The hidden order of the brain is not static. It's alive, reshaping itself as experience accumulates. And yet, there is elegance in this constant change. Despite ongoing rewiring, the brain preserves identity. You remain you, even though your neurons are always dying and regenerating. Continuity of self doesn't reside in fixed structure, but in dynamic stability, a pattern that persists through transformation, like a flame maintaining shape as its molecules flicker. You are the pattern, not the parts. This insight also explains why no two brains are identical. The brain's hidden order emerges from both nature and nurture. Genetics providing the architecture, experience sculpting the decor. A violinist's motor cortex expands with years of practice. A blind person's visual cortex repurposes itself for sound. Even the act of reading these words is changing your brain right now. Microscopic adjustments to synaptic strength, molecular ripples that might outlast the moment. In a sense, every mind is a self-organizing biography. It tells its story through wiring and rhythm, through chaos refined into coherence. And while the architecture may appear mechanical, the experience it generates feels transcendent. The same circuitry that maintains heartbeat and balance also dreams, imagines, prays, and creates art. The line between mechanism and miracle blurs until it disappears entirely. Modern neuroscience has given us dazzling images, color-coded scans, 3D models, digital maps of neural networks. But the true wonder lies not in what these images show, but in what they imply. The brain's beauty is mathematical and mysterious, ordered and alive. Each neuron, by following local rules, contributes to a global intelligence no single cell can comprehend. It's as if the universe condensed its own logic into organic form and asked, what would it feel like to know? The brain's hidden order is that feeling, the seamless experience of being aware. It is structure translated into sensation, pattern into perception. The organ that obeys chemistry and physics somehow gives rise to poetry, morality, and meaning. Its mystery is not that it's complex, but that from complexity emerges simplicity, the single thought, the unified now. So next time you close your eyes, remember, inside your skull, galaxies are firing, synchronizing, and singing in electric harmony. You are not just part of the universe. You are its reflection, condensed into matter that knows itself. The brain's order isn't hidden at all. It's humming in every thought, waiting for you to notice. Every moment feels like a choice. You decide to reach for a glass, to speak, to stay silent. The thought comes first, then the action. At least that's how it seems. Yet beneath that comfortable story, your brain may already have made the decision before you arrive. The sensation of agency, that proud belief in self-control, could be the brain's most elegant illusion. In laboratories around the world, neuroscientists have tried to pin down the instant when intention becomes movement. In the 1980s, Benjamin Libet's famous experiment used electrodes to track the brain's readiness potential, a faint electrical buildup that occurs before voluntary action. Participants were asked to flex a finger whenever they chose and note the exact moment they decided. Libet found that the brain's motor cortex fired about 350 milliseconds before people reported feeling the urge. The decision, in other words, had already been made unconsciously. Conscious awareness trailed behind, narrating what the brain had done as though it were command. Later studies refined and confirmed the finding. With functional MRI, researchers could predict a subject's simple choice up to 7 seconds before awareness caught up. The mind seemed less like a pilot steering the body, and more like a commentator describing the flight after takeoff. Still, people resisted the implication. If free will is illusion, who is responsible for crime, creativity, or love? The notion threatened law, morality, and meaning itself. But the brain's timeline doesn't necessarily erase freedom. It redefines it. Instead of an isolated will issuing orders, the mind might operate as a layered negotiation. Unconscious networks propose actions. Conscious reflection can veto or refine them. Libet himself called this the free won't. You may not choose your impulses, but you can restrain or redirect them once they surface. That pause, the millisecond gap between urge and act, may be where true agency lives. Consider habit. Much of daily life runs on autopilot, walking, driving, typing. Neural circuits in the basal ganglia handle these routines efficiently, sparing attention for new challenges. When you consciously intervene, taking a new route, breaking an addiction, you awaken prefrontal regions that demand energy and focus. Freedom, then, may not be a constant state, but a scarce resource, consumed whenever awareness overrides automation. Philosophers call this compatibilism, the idea that determinism and freedom can coexist. The universe might be lawful and causal, yet individuals remain free because their actions flow from internal motives rather than external compulsion. You are still responsible, not because you transcend biology, but because your biology is you, the sum of experiences, values, and neural pathways that define your character. In this view, freedom is not exemption from cause, but ownership of cause. Modern neuroscience deepens the nuance. Decisions emerge from the interplay of multiple brain regions, the prefrontal cortex weighing consequences, the amygdala adding emotion, the dopamine system forecasting reward. These systems compete and cooperate until one pathway reaches threshold and triggers action. The conscious mind experiences that threshold crossing as choice. It's less a sovereign command than the final vote in a neural democracy. The illusion of absolute control extends beyond movement to thought itself. Ideas often appear unbidden. Melodies, memories, solutions that surface during a walk or shower. Creative insight feels spontaneous because it bypasses the deliberative self. The subconscious, tirelessly processing, presents the answer ready-made, and consciousness takes the credit. Even moral revelation, the sudden conviction of right or wrong, can arise this way, emotion first, reasoning later. Yet the illusion is not deception, it's function. The sense of agency helps organize behavior, predict consequences, and assign accountability. Without it, motivation collapses. Patients with certain brain injuries who lose that feeling describe life as mechanical, actions occurring through them rather than by them. The self, it turns out, may be a story the brain tells to keep the system coherent. Remove the narrative and experience fragments into chaos. Culture and upbringing shape how strongly we believe the story. Western thought, steeped in individualism, celebrates the autonomous will. Eastern philosophies often see self as transient, choices as part of a larger flow. Neuroscience aligns more with the latter, portraying consciousness as process, not entity. Still, believing in willpower can enhance performance, a placebo of control. Experiments show that when people doubt free will, they cheat more, help less, and show reduced motivation. The illusion, paradoxically, keeps society ethical. Technology is beginning to challenge it further. Brain-computer interfaces can now predict intended movements and execute them faster than the user could consciously react. In virtual reality studies, participants controlling avatars via neural signals often feel ownership of actions they didn't explicitly plan. As machines learn to anticipate us, the boundary between decision and automation blurs. The question shifts from, do we have free will, to how much autonomy are we willing to surrender? Emotionally, the debate touches something primal, our need for meaning. If every thought is determined by prior causes, where is the room for purpose? Yet, determinism need not feel nihilistic. A snowflake follows physical laws, yet each pattern is unique. Likewise, your choices emerge from causes only you contain. Genes, memories, desires intertwined in ways unrepeatable by any other brain. Freedom may lie not in defying nature, but in expressing it fully. There's beauty in that perspective. The brain, product of cosmic evolution, has learned to simulate possibility. It can imagine futures, weigh alternatives, and act toward goals. Those abilities, even if mechanistic, create the lived experience of choosing. From the inside, it feels real, and that feeling guides real outcomes. Perhaps free will is best understood as perceived flexibility, the mind's capacity to represent multiple paths and commit to one. Illusion or not, it shapes history. So the next time you hesitate before a decision, remember that within those milliseconds, billions of neurons are consulting ancient algorithms, integrating memory, emotion, and reason. When you finally move, it is the culmination of microscopic debates older than consciousness itself. The act may be determined, but the story of choosing is yours to tell. In the end, free will may be less about defying cause and more about discovering harmony with it. The illusion endures because it works. It keeps the organism adaptive, the psyche stable, the world moral. We live inside that narrative because we must. And perhaps that is the truest freedom of all, to embrace the script knowing it is written in us and still perform it as if every line were our own. Imagine holding a photograph from childhood, your hand smaller, your smile simpler. You can almost smell the air from that day, hear the laughter echoing behind the image. But pause for a moment. That memory, as vivid as it feels, isn't stored like a picture in your brain. It's a reconstruction, a story your neurons tell anew every time you remember. Memory isn't a recording device. It's a living process, fragile, flexible, and profoundly human. Neuroscientists once believed memories were fixed, engraved traces in specific cells. But modern research shows the opposite. Memory is dynamic, more like rewriting a file than retrieving one. When you recall an event, your brain reactivates networks across multiple regions. The hippocampus, prefrontal cortex, amygdala, and sensory cortices, and then resaves the experience with updates. Each recollection subtly changes the original, blending truth with imagination. The more we remember, the more we reshape. This begins in the hippocampus, a seahorse-shaped structure deep within the temporal lobe. It acts as the brain's librarian, binding bits of sensory data, sight, sound, smell, into coherent episodes. During experience, the hippocampus encodes the spatial and emotional context, creating a mental index. Over time, these patterns migrate to the neocortex, where they integrate with older knowledge. This slow consolidation, often occurring during sleep, transforms short-term traces into long-term memory. Dreams, in this view, may be the brain's way of replaying and reconfiguring life. But the hippocampus is just the beginning. Emotion gives memory power. The amygdala, an almond-sized cluster nearby, tags experiences with feeling: fear, joy, grief. Emotion acts as highlighter ink, making some memories indelible while others fade. That's why we remember heartbreaks and triumphs more vividly than Tuesday afternoons. The stronger the emotional charge, the deeper the imprint. Yet this gift comes with burden. Trauma, once etched, resists erasure. Scientists can see this interplay under brain scanners. When people recall emotional events, the amygdala and hippocampus light up together, synchronizing rhythm. Adrenaline and cortisol, stress hormones, enhance this coupling, useful for survival, but painful for those haunted by loss. In conditions like PTSD, the amygdala's tagging mechanism goes into overdrive, replaying memories as if they're happening again. Therapeutic treatments, from EMDR to virtual exposure, work by gradually decoupling emotion from event, teaching the brain to store the past without reliving it. Curiously, the opposite can occur too: false memories. Psychologists like Elizabeth Loftus have shown how suggestion can plant entirely fabricated recollections. Tell someone they were lost in a mall as a child, and with enough detail, many will later remember it vividly. The brain, eager for coherence, fills gaps with imagination. Memory is less courtroom witness than novelist, truthful in spirit, unreliable in fact. Even eyewitness testimony, once considered gold, now reveals how fragile recollection can be. The brain encodes memories through synaptic plasticity, a cellular process called long-term potentiation, LTP. When neurons fire together repeatedly, their connection strengthens. Cells that fire together wire together. Over time, patterns of activity form stable circuits, the physical basis of learning. Forgetting, then, is not failure, but function. To remember everything would paralyze thought. The brain prunes connections to prioritize relevance, balancing storage and clarity. Memory and forgetting are two sides of the same evolutionary coin. Interestingly, memory extends beyond the personal. The brain stores procedural memories, skills like riding a bike or typing, in the cerebellum and basal ganglia. These don't require conscious recall, they live in muscle and motion. That's why you can forget names, but still play the piano after years away. Procedural memory is stubborn, the silent backbone of expertise. It shows that remembering doesn't always mean thinking, sometimes it means doing. Collective memory works the same way on a societal scale. Stories, rituals, and language act as neurons in a cultural brain, binding generations together. Each retelling, like each recall, alters the narrative slightly, keeping it alive through reinvention. Myths endure not because they're fixed, but because they evolve. In that sense, civilization itself remembers as the brain does, through dynamic reconstruction. Neuroscience has even begun to locate memory engrams, the physical clusters of neurons that represent specific experiences. Using optogenetics, light-sensitive genetic switches, scientists can activate or suppress these clusters in mice, making them recall or forget at will. One experiment even implanted a false memory. A mouse shocked in one cage later froze in fear in another, purely because the wrong neural circuit had been triggered. The implications are staggering. If we can edit memories in animals, might we someday rewrite human ones? Ethics aside, the question forces reflection. Would you erase your worst memory if you could? Neuroscience warns that even pain shapes identity. To remove suffering might mean erasing growth. The machinery of memory is also the machinery of meaning. We are the sum of what we recall and what we've learned to let go. At a deeper level, memory gives continuity to consciousness. Without it, each moment would vanish into void. Patients with hippocampal damage, like the famous Henry Molaison, HM, live in a perpetual present. They can hold a conversation but forget it minutes later, trapped in a loop of rediscovery. Their tragedy reveals memory's true role. It doesn't just preserve the past, it creates the self. Every recollection is a thread stitching yesterday to today, identity woven from experience. Even in health, memory remains imperfect by design. It is selective, emotional, reconstructive, a balance between accuracy and adaptation. Total recall, the fantasy of flawless memory, would be unbearable. Forgetting is mercy. It allows renewal, space for the new. As neurons rewire, old patterns weaken, freeing resources for future learning. The brain survives by rewriting itself, not preserving itself. In recent years, researchers have uncovered the brain's nightly janitor system, the glymphatic network, which flushes out metabolic waste during deep sleep. Among the byproducts cleared are proteins linked to memory formation. It's as if the brain cleans the chalkboard each night, leaving the important equations intact while erasing clutter. Sleep, then, is not escape from thought. It's the maintenance of it. So when you recall your favorite moment, your first love, your first triumph, understand that it's not static. The neurons that encode it are alive, pulsing, reshaping even now. Memory is less an archive than a performance, reenacted each time you remember. And in that act, you remain both author and audience, forever editing the story that defines you. In the machinery of memory, truth is not perfection, it's persistence. The brain forgets the details, but keeps the meaning, like a song whose words fade, but melody endures. That melody, that emotional through line, is who you are, not the facts of life, but the feeling of having lived it. Every night, the mind performs its most mysterious act. It leaves the world without dying. Muscles slacken, senses dim, consciousness dissolves, and for hours we drift through realms as vivid as waking life, yet born entirely within. Sleep is the brain's hidden workshop, a time when it restores, reorganizes, and reimagines existence. But even after centuries of study, no one fully understands why we spend a third of life unconscious, or why those hours are filled with stories that vanish at dawn. Biologically, sleep seems wasteful. For early humans, lying still made them vulnerable. Yet every species studied, from fruit flies to whales, sleeps. Evolution rarely preserves behavior without purpose. In fact, chronic sleep deprivation can kill faster than starvation. Clearly, sleep does something vital, and the deeper we study it, the more it appears to be the brain's most elegant design for survival. Sleep unfolds in cycles. Roughly every 90 minutes, we pass through 4 stages: light sleep, deeper, slow-wave sleep, and finally REM, rapid eye movement. Each stage carries a unique rhythm. During slow-wave sleep, brainwaves slow to a gentle hum, neurons firing in synchronized bursts. This is the brain's maintenance mode, clearing toxins through the glymphatic system, repairing DNA, and consolidating memories. It's housekeeping for the mind. REM sleep, by contrast, is chaos. The eyes dart under closed lids, heart rate rises, breathing quickens, and the cortex blazes with activity. Here, the dreaming mind takes the stage. Dreams are paradoxical. They seem meaningful yet nonsensical, emotional yet untethered. For centuries, philosophers and mystics treated them as divine messages. Freud saw them as disguised wish fulfillment. Jung as symbolic journeys through the collective unconscious. Today, neuroscience reframes them as a kind of virtual reality simulator, a safe arena for problem-solving and emotional rehearsal. When we dream, the brain integrates memories, tests scenarios, and regulates emotion. It's like nightly therapy conducted by neurons. During REM, the amygdala, emotion center, and hippocampus, memory hub, fire intensely, while the prefrontal cortex, seat of logic, largely shuts down. The result is a narrative without constraint. Impossible physics, shifting identities, emotional surges ungoverned by reason. The brain, freed from waking order, plays. And in that play, it finds purpose. Studies show that people deprived of REM sleep become irritable, forgetful, and less creative. Deprive the dreaming brain long enough, and waking life begins to fracture. One theory suggests dreams evolved to simulate threats. Our ancestors who mentally rehearsed danger, falling, fighting, fleeing, were better prepared in reality. Another theory, the memory consolidation model, proposes that dreams sort and file daily experiences, separating the useful from the trivial. Brain scans confirm that REM activates the same regions involved in learning. Students who sleep after studying perform better. Those who stay awake forget. Sleep, it turns out, is not a break from memory. It's the completion of it. But not all dreams serve such tidy functions. Some feel prophetic, others nightmarish. In conditions like PTSD, the dream state becomes a battleground, the brain replaying trauma in endless loops. Yet even nightmares may heal. Researchers believe they allow emotional reintegration, re-experiencing horror in a controlled, symbolic form until the intensity fades. When the process fails, fear spills into wakefulness. In those cases, therapy aims to rewrite the dream script, teaching the brain new endings to old pain. Lucid dreaming, becoming aware that you're dreaming while still asleep, offers another glimpse into consciousness itself. In this rare state, the dreamer can observe or even control the dream environment. EEG studies show a blend of REM patterns and wake-like frontal activation, suggesting a bridge between worlds. Lucid dreams challenge the boundary of awareness, proving the mind can be both creator and spectator of its own hallucinations. Yet the purpose of sleep extends beyond dreaming. It orchestrates the brain's chemistry. During deep sleep, levels of neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine reset. The stress hormone cortisol drops, inflammation decreases, and immune function strengthens. Even the heart and metabolism synchronize with neural rhythms. To sleep is to let every system tune itself to balance. It's not rest, it's regulation. Modern life, however, assaults this rhythm. Artificial light, screens, and stress delay melatonin release, shrinking sleep windows. The brain's circadian clock, nestled in the suprachiasmatic nucleus, loses alignment with day and night. Chronic sleep loss blurs memory, weakens immunity, and increases risk for anxiety and depression. The very organ that needs stillness most is starved of it. Society worships productivity, yet sleep is its foundation. Every invention, every insight begins with a rested mind. Even so, sleep retains an air of spiritual mystery. Across cultures, it has been likened to a rehearsal for death and rebirth. The Greeks called sleep hypnos, twin brother of thanatos, death. Yet, unlike death, sleep restores. It reminds us that consciousness can cease and return, that surrender is not loss but renewal. The daily cycle of waking and dreaming mirrors the larger rhythm of existence itself. Decay followed by regeneration, oblivion followed by meaning. In the silence of night, neurons don't rest, they whisper. They replay patterns, adjust connections, and sculpt the architecture of thought. The person who wakes is never quite the same as the one who fell asleep. Behind closed eyes, the brain edits the script of self, pruning and rewriting until the next morning's light reveals a slightly new version of you. Perhaps that's why dreams feel so profound. They're not messages from outside, but echoes from within, the mind translating its own maintenance into narrative. When you dream of flying, falling, or returning to childhood, you're witnessing the brain testing the boundaries of possibility. And in that testing lies something deeply human. The need to make sense of chaos, even while unconscious. So the next time you drift into sleep, remember that it's not escape, but exploration. You're entering the theater your brain builds each night, a stage of memory, emotion, and imagination, where every neuron plays a part in keeping you whole. The curtains close, the world fades, and the show begins again. The endless rehearsal of being alive. Close your eyes and imagine a blank canvas. In an instant, your brain begins to fill it. Colors, lines, faces, possibilities. That silent explosion of images and connections, that sense of something appearing from nothing, is creativity. It's the moment thought becomes invention, when the mind's hidden machinery transforms chaos into beauty, logic into story. Creativity is not just art, it's the essence of human survival, the ability to imagine what doesn't yet exist and make it real. Scientists once viewed creativity as mysterious and mystical, the domain of genius. Today, neuroscience reveals it as something both ordinary and miraculous, woven into the brain's architecture. Every person possesses the neural potential to create. Whether composing music, solving equations, or finding a new route to work, creativity is the brain's way of breaking its own patterns. It begins in the default mode network, DMN, the same system active during daydreaming and introspection. When the mind wanders, neurons in the medial prefrontal cortex, posterior cingulate, and temporal lobes light up, combining memory, imagination, and emotion. This is the brain's incubator for ideas, where fragments of experience collide. Then, the executive control network, responsible for focus and discipline, steps in to refine those raw sparks. Between these two systems, the dreamer and the editor, creativity takes shape. The genius of the brain lies not in chaos or order, but in its ability to weave both. Think of a jazz musician improvising. Notes spill out faster than conscious thought can follow. Brain scans of improvisers show reduced prefrontal activity, the part associated with self-censorship, and heightened sensory and motor engagement. The mind suspends judgment, letting deeper intuition flow. Creativity thrives in that space where control loosens just enough for surprise to enter. The brain, freed from overthinking, becomes its purest instrument. The dopamine system plays a starring role. Dopamine, the neurotransmitter of motivation and curiosity, drives exploration. It fuels the pleasure of discovery, the aha moment when disparate ideas suddenly connect. That flash of insight, the eureka effect, occurs when the right hemisphere briefly synchronizes with the left, integrating emotional and analytical circuits. In that millisecond, something new is born. You feel it physically, a quickening pulse, a widening of perception, a sudden clarity as if a door opened inside the mind. But creativity is more than lightning strikes. It's discipline disguised as inspiration. Behind every breakthrough lies preparation, knowledge stored, patterns observed, failures endured. The subconscious uses that library of experience to build new combinations. That's why moments of insight often come during rest, walking, showering, drifting to sleep. The conscious mind steps aside, and the deeper networks make connections in silence. Einstein called it combinatory play, the brain's quiet game of rearranging ideas until meaning emerges. Art and science share this foundation. A composer arranging melodies and a physicist imagining curved space-time both rely on pattern recognition and intuitive leaps. The brain doesn't distinguish between creativity and reasoning. They are different dialects of the same neural language. The same association cortices that allow metaphor also enable innovation. When Picasso fragmented perspective in painting, or Turing abstracted logic into computation, both were translating thought through flexible connections. Emotion is the spark's fuel. Studies show that positive mood enhances divergent thinking, the ability to generate multiple solutions by broadening attentional scope. Yet darkness inspires too. Melancholy, loss, and conflict often drive creative depth. Neuroscience explains this paradox. Emotion activates the limbic system, enriching memory and imagination with intensity. Art born of pain transforms suffering into understanding, a form of neural alchemy. The brain rewires trauma into meaning, turning scars into stories. Culture and environment shape the spark's reach. Isolation stifles, but collaboration ignites. When people brainstorm, mirror neurons synchronize across brains, aligning rhythm and energy. Creativity becomes contagious, a collective resonance where one person's idea triggers another's. This social creativity mirrors evolution itself. Ideas compete, adapt, and merge into something stronger. The global mind of humanity is, in essence, a neural network on planetary scale. Technology, too, has joined the dance. Artificial intelligence now composes music, paints portraits, and writes poetry. These systems mimic creativity's structure, pattern generation, variation, selection, but they lack the emotional dimension that gives art soul. The algorithm can imitate style but not intention. Creativity's mystery lies in its why, not just its how. Machines can generate beauty, but they don't long for it. The spark remains uniquely human, the desire to express what words can't contain. Still, neuroscience shows that even this spark obeys patterns. The creative brain balances divergent thinking, exploring possibilities, and convergent thinking, choosing one. Too much chaos yields nonsense, too much order, stagnation. Genius emerges in the tension between them. That's why creativity often feels like struggle, the mind oscillating between freedom and focus, mess and meaning, until the two converge in insight. Even children display this balance naturally. Before schooling imposes structure, their brains overflow with associative leaps. They see faces in clouds, invent worlds from toys. Creativity is our default state. Education teaches restraint. The task of adulthood is to rediscover that childhood openness without losing precision, to unlearn just enough to see freshly again. Artists and innovators across history describe the same sensation, entering flow. Time dissolves, self vanishes, action becomes effortless. Psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi defined flow as a state where challenge and skill align perfectly. In flow, the brain's prefrontal monitoring quiets, allowing seamless coordination between thought and movement. It's not losing control, it's transcending it. Creativity at its peak is consciousness in harmony with itself. Yet even flow has a cost. The post-creative crash, when exhaustion follows inspiration, reminds us that creation burns energy, literally. The brain consumes more glucose during complex problem-solving than during rest. After sustained creative effort, it demands recovery, often through solitude or sleep. The spark must rest to reignite. Ultimately, creativity is memory transformed by imagination. It's how the brain bridges what is with what could be. Every invention, from fire to poetry, is an act of remembering differently, connecting old dots in new constellations. And just as stars reveal patterns only when seen together, ideas illuminate meaning only when linked by insight. In that sense, the creative spark is more than a neural event. It's a spiritual one. It's the universe continuing its own creation through us. Every poem, song, or invention is the cosmos thinking aloud, finding new forms of itself. When you create, you become part of that infinite dialogue, shaping reality not by force, but by imagination. The brain may be flesh and chemistry, but creativity proves it dreams. And in those dreams, humanity finds its way forward, one spark at a time. By the dawn of the 1990s and early 2000s, America's relationship with fear had transformed. Serial killers were no longer isolated horrors. They were cultural phenomena, dissected on prime-time television, analyzed in college courses, and sensationalized in tabloids. The age of silence had ended. The killers of this new era understood something chilling. Fame could be earned through fear. Technology evolved, and so did evil. The internet connected the world, spreading news and infamy at light speed. Cable networks covered every trial, every gruesome detail, every motive, and every body count. For some predators, the camera became as important as the weapon. The line between infamy and immortality blurred. Few events captured this transformation more violently than the Columbine High School massacre in 1999. Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold weren't typical killers. They were suburban teenagers who turned their rage into performance. Armed with guns and homemade explosives, they stormed their Colorado school, killing 12 students and one teacher before taking their own lives. It wasn't just an act of violence. It was an act of theatre. They filmed themselves beforehand, dressed in trench coats, speaking directly to their future audience. Their words weren't for their victims, but for history. "We're going to kickstart a revolution," Harris declared into the camera. They knew the media would broadcast their message across the world. And it did. In the aftermath, America searched for answers: bullying, video games, music, mental health, access to guns. But beneath those explanations was a darker truth. The killers had studied previous mass murderers, taking inspiration from the attention they received. Columbine became a cultural virus. It birthed imitators, inspired forums, and created an entirely new category of American killer: the fame-seeking mass murderer. While Harris and Klebold represented the new public face of violence, others remained hidden, patient, calculating. Among them was Dennis Rader, a church-going family man from Kansas, and the killer who called himself BTK, Bind, Torture, Kill. For decades, Rader lived a double life. By day, he was a compliance officer, scout leader, and church president. By night, he stalked women and families, binding them with ropes, torturing them, and strangling them to death. His crimes spanned from 1974 to 1991, but it was his obsession with fame that ultimately led to his capture. BTK couldn't resist attention. He mailed letters to the police and the press, mocking them, detailing his crimes, and demanding recognition. Then, after years of silence, he re-emerged in 2004, taunting investigators with riddles and clues. The FBI tracked him through a floppy disk he sent, traced back to his church computer. When arrested, Rader admitted he couldn't stop himself. "I'm a monster," he said flatly. Rader wasn't driven by ideology or rage. He was driven by ego. He wanted to be known, remembered, feared. He wanted the world to say his name. Like the media-obsessed killers who came after him, BTK understood that killing alone wasn't enough anymore. To truly leave a mark, one had to perform evil. In contrast to Rader's flamboyant need for attention stood Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, a man who waged a silent intellectual war against modern society. A mathematics prodigy turned recluse, Kaczynski lived in a remote Montana cabin, crafting homemade bombs that he mailed to universities, airlines, and businesses over nearly 2 decades. His attacks killed 3 people and injured 23, leaving investigators baffled. Unlike most killers of his time, Kaczynski's violence had a philosophy. He despised industrialization, technology, and the dehumanizing effects of progress. In his 35,000-word manifesto, Industrial Society and Its Future, he warned that humanity was enslaved by its own machines, a message that echoed eerily into the digital age. When his manifesto was published in the Washington Post and the New York Times in 1995, it divided the public. Some dismissed him as insane. Others, disturbingly, found fragments of truth in his words. Kaczynski became both terrorist and prophet, proof that intellect could be as deadly as any weapon. He didn't seek fame in the traditional sense. He wanted to be heard, to force the world to confront its hypocrisy. In his twisted way, Kaczynski understood what the next generation of predators would soon realize: that mass media could immortalize even the most monstrous of men. That realization found its darkest echo decades later in Israel Keyes, a man the FBI would describe as a serial killer unlike any other. Keyes operated in near-total secrecy. He buried kill kits, buckets filled with weapons, cash, and tools, across the country, waiting years before returning to use them. His victims were random, chosen to prevent any pattern. He robbed banks, burned houses, and disposed of bodies with surgical precision. When captured in 2012 after murdering an Alaskan woman named Samantha Koenig, investigators uncovered a decade-long trail of death stretching across multiple states. Keyes refused to confess all his crimes, preferring to keep the FBI guessing. "I like to keep control," he told them. His method was terrifying, not because of brutality, but because of discipline. He was intelligent, organized, and emotionless. He didn't want fame or recognition. He wanted perfection, a killing career without error. Even his suicide in his cell felt controlled, a final refusal to let the world define him. The killers of this modern age represented a spectrum of evil, from narcissistic to nihilistic, ideological to meticulous. But they all reflected the same underlying truth. Violence had become a language, a way to communicate rage, despair, or identity. The media, for all its outrage, became an accomplice. Every headline, every breaking news banner, every true crime documentary elevated killers into myths. They were studied, quoted, recreated in movies and podcasts. Society condemned them, yet couldn't look away. Fame and fear had fused completely. The Columbine shooters wrote their script and performed it for immortality. BTK craved acknowledgement more than freedom. Kaczynski used death as a megaphone. Keyes perfected silence as his art. Each killer embodied a different response to a modern world that blurred morality with attention. In earlier centuries, evil hid in shadows, whispered in secret. Now it thrived under fluorescent light, on television screens, in online archives. America didn't just fear its monsters, it remembered them, studied them, ranked them. Murder became history. By the end of the 2010s, the evolution was complete. Killers no longer needed dark alleys or secret rituals. They had live streams, manifestos, and viral fame. The next generation would commit atrocities not for ideology, but for the same reason people post selfies, to be seen. In the story of American killers, the 21st century marked a chilling realization. The deadliest weapon wasn't the gun, the knife, or the bomb. It was the camera. Somewhere in your mind, words are forming right now, quietly, invisibly, before you even speak. Language is the thread that stitches thought together, the bridge between neurons and meaning. It lets us share imagination, preserve memory, and shape reality with sound. Every idea, every culture, every civilization has grown from it. But what exactly is language? Is it an invention of humans, or a mirror of how the brain already thinks? To understand the language of thought, we must first look inward. The brain doesn't speak English, Mandarin, or Swahili. It speaks in patterns of activation, electrical pulses traveling through networks of neurons. When you see a word, your visual cortex translates it into shapes. Then your auditory cortex gives it sound, and your frontal lobe attaches meaning. These regions coordinate with astonishing precision, billions of microsignals weaving a single sentence before you even notice the thought forming. The foundation of this miracle lies in Broca's area and Wernicke's area, two regions discovered in the 19th century. Broca's area, in the frontal lobe, handles speech production, syntax, rhythm, grammar. Wernicke's area, in the temporal lobe, interprets meaning. Damage to one, and you lose fluency. Damage to the other, and words flow but make no sense. Together, they form the brain's linguistic duet, connecting understanding and expression. But they don't work alone. Dozens of regions, from the motor cortex to the cerebellum, join the conversation. Language is not a location. It's an orchestra. Infants prove this orchestral power early. Before their first birthday, babies can distinguish all the phonetic sounds of every language on Earth. By their second, their brains begin pruning unused sounds, specializing in the ones they hear most often. Language, like vision, develops through exposure. The brain doesn't simply learn words, it adapts to them. Neural circuits tune themselves to linguistic rhythms, locking in patterns that will shape thought for life. But language is more than communication, it's cognition itself. Some linguists, like Benjamin Horff, argued that the words we know determine what we can think. The Sapir-Whorf hypothesis suggests language shapes perception. If your language has no word for blue, you may literally see colors differently. Modern neuroscience partially supports this. Brain scans show language regions interacting with visual and emotional areas during perception. In other words, naming something can change how it feels and looks. Words are not just labels, they are lenses. Yet the opposite may also be true. The brain might already think in a pre-linguistic code, a kind of mental language that words merely translate. Philosopher Jerry Fodor called this the language of thought hypothesis. Beneath speech lies a universal mental syntax shared by all humans that organizes ideas before they're spoken. This inner grammar could explain why toddlers grasp abstract relationships, bigger than, because, before mastering vocabulary. The brain may not need words to reason. It invents them to share what it already knows. The bilingual brain offers further clues. People fluent in 2 languages activate overlapping but distinct neural circuits depending on which tongue they use. Switching languages can subtly shift personality, emotional tone, even moral reasoning. One study found bilinguals made more utilitarian decisions, sacrificing one to save many, when reasoning in their second language, perhaps because emotional distance allowed clearer logic. It's as if each language paints reality with a different palette, and the brain holds them all in one gallery. Music, too, blurs the boundary between language and thought. Both rely on rhythm, syntax, and expectation. The brain processes melody using overlapping circuits with speech, especially in Broca's area. Musicians often describe composing as hearing phrases before they exist, like linguistic intuition turned to sound. The connection suggests that long before humans spoke, we sang, that emotion carried meaning before words did. Some anthropologists believe language evolved from musical proto-speech, our ancestors chanting stories around firelight before syntax was born. Inside the brain, this creative evolution continues every time we speak. To form a sentence, you must coordinate hundreds of muscles in the tongue, lips, and larynx while predicting what comes next. The motor cortex choreographs the movement, while auditory regions anticipate the sound of your own voice, correcting mistakes before they're heard. The precision is astonishing. A person can articulate about 150 words per minute, each syllable requiring dozens of micro-adjustments. Speech is motor poetry, reflex and thought entwined. And when we read, the process reverses. The eyes scan symbols, sending data to the visual word form area, a region that recognizes written patterns like familiar faces. From there, meaning ripples through the semantic network, lighting up memories, images, and emotions. Good writing, neuroscience shows, can activate the same brain regions as lived experience. When you read about running, your motor cortex stirs. When you read about warmth, your insula simulates it. Language doesn't just describe reality, it recreates it within. Still, language is imperfect. Words can clarify or distort, liberate or imprison. Political rhetoric, advertising, and ideology all exploit its power to shape thought. Neuroscientists studying persuasion find that emotionally charged language hijacks the amygdala, bypassing logic. Repetition, rhythm, and metaphor act like hypnotic code. The same neural circuitry that enables poetry also enables propaganda. The brain, craving pattern and meaning, sometimes mistakes fluency for truth. And yet, we return to words because they connect us. Language is empathy's infrastructure. Mirror neurons fire not only when we act, but when we hear verbs describing action. When someone says grasp, your motor cortex rehearses grasping. When they describe pain, your brain simulates hurt. Every conversation, then, is a shared simulation, a merging of minds through sound. Language is the closest humans have come to telepathy. But beneath all tongues, a silence remains, the raw pulse of thought before translation. Meditation traditions call it the space between words, the gap where awareness perceives without labeling. Neuroscience finds that during such moments, the default mode network quiets, replaced by sensory integration. The brain shifts from constructing narrative to simply existing. In that silence, thought returns to its origin. Pure perception, unspoken yet complete. Perhaps that's the true language of the brain, not English or Chinese, but pattern, rhythm, and metaphor. A code so primal it transcends grammar. When you laugh, cry, or recognize beauty, the brain communicates beyond words, impulses, and resonance. Language evolved to capture fragments of that flow, imperfectly but beautifully. Each sentence is a translation of consciousness into sound. So the next time you speak or write, remember, every word you form is lightning tamed by neurons, meaning carved from chaos. You are using one mystery, the brain, to express another, the mind. And somewhere between them, language bridges the infinite gap, turning thought into song. Before language, before logic, before memory, there was the face. From birth, the human brain is wired to seek it, to track eyes, read expressions, and feel what others feel. Newborns only minutes old will turn toward a face-like pattern, their tiny brains already decoding emotion from shape. We are social creatures built by evolution to survive not alone, but together. And the key to that togetherness is empathy, the brain's miraculous ability to feel beyond itself. Every smile, frown, or raised brow you see lights up a network deep in your brain. The fusiform face area, FFA, located in the temporal lobe, specializes in facial recognition. It can distinguish thousands of faces and remember them for decades. Damage it, and even close family become unrecognizable, a condition known as prosopagnosia, or face blindness. For those afflicted, the world turns impersonal, a crowd of strangers where connection flickers but never lands. It reveals how profoundly our identity is tied to recognizing others. To lose faces is to lose belonging. Yet the face is more than visual data. It's emotion in motion. Micro-expressions flash across it in fractions of a second, revealing truth before words arrive. The amygdala, the brain's emotional sentinel, detects these cues instantly. Long before your conscious mind names fear, joy, or disgust, the amygdala has already read it, triggered your heartbeat, and prepared a response. This ancient circuitry kept our ancestors alive, distinguishing friend from foe, safety from threat. Today, it's the root of intuition, the reason we sense when someone's upset, even in silence. But empathy adds another layer. It's not just recognizing emotion, it's feeling it. In the 1990s, neuroscientists studying macaques discovered neurons that fired both when a monkey grasped an object and when it watched another do the same. These mirror neurons, found later in humans, blurred the boundary between self and other. They let us simulate others' actions, turning observation into experience. When you see someone stub their toe, part of your pain circuitry activates. When you watch a tearful confession, your limbic system mirrors the grief. Empathy is not metaphor, it's embodiment. This mirror system explains why storytelling, theatre and film move us so deeply. On screen, we don't just see actors, we feel them. Mirror neurons translate fiction into emotion, allowing art to shape our inner lives. They're also the foundation of learning. Children mimic gestures, speech and social norms through this neural empathy. It's how culture itself propagates. Emotion transmitted through imitation. Empathy, however, is not uniform. It depends on brain chemistry, personality, and experience. The insular and anterior cingulate cortex regulate emotional resonance. Too much activation, and one feels overwhelmed. Emotional contagion. Too little, and cold detachment sets in. Some people, such as those on the autism spectrum, process social cues differently, emphasizing logic over emotional mimicry. Others, like psychopaths, can cognitively understand emotion, yet feel none of it. Their brains show normal mirror response, but diminished limbic arousal, a chilling dissociation between knowing and caring. Still, empathy can be cultivated. Meditation practices like loving-kindness training physically strengthen empathy circuits, increasing grey matter in the insula. Compassion is not just moral, it's neural fitness. The more we practice understanding others, the more the brain rewires itself toward connection. This adaptability underlines a profound truth. Empathy is both instinct and skill, an emotion that can evolve within a lifetime. Facial expression and empathy are inseparable. Each culture encodes emotion differently. Some emphasize restraint, others exaggeration, but the basic vocabulary of faces is universal. Even in remote tribes untouched by modern life, smiles and scowls translate across language barriers. Evolution made sure of it. Before words existed, faces were the syntax of survival. They coordinated tribes, soothed infants, negotiated peace. A raised eyebrow could mean curiosity or warning. A glance could start a revolution or save a life. Technology now tests this ancient system. In an age of screens, emojis, and algorithms, the subtleties of face-to-face emotion risk dilution. Studies show that heavy digital communication can weaken facial empathy. Without real-time feedback, our mirror neurons starve. Virtual meetings restore some cues, but not all. The micro-delays, pixelation, and lack of eye contact disrupt synchronization. The brain knows the difference between pixels and presence. True empathy needs proximity, not bandwidth. Artificial intelligence complicates this further. Facial recognition systems can now read expressions with mechanical precision, but no compassion. Machines can detect sadness, but they cannot feel it. In contrast, humans interpret faces through context, voice tone, history, culture, empathy. The difference between reading a face and understanding it is the difference between analysis and connection. Empathy remains humanity's most advanced technology. Yet empathy is fragile. Under stress, fear, or ideology, it narrows. The brain's threat circuits override compassion, dividing us from them. Propaganda exploits this, dehumanizing others to silence mirror neurons. Neuroscience confirms that when we perceive outsiders as less human, brain regions associated with empathy go quiet. It's the same reward pathways as receiving. Helping feels good because evolution rewarded cooperation. Survival wasn't about the strongest, it was about the most connected. Even solitary emotion depends on imagined empathy. When you think of someone you love, your brain activates the same regions as when you see them. Loneliness, conversely, triggers pain centers, not metaphorically, but physically. To the brain, social rejection hurts like injury. This overlap reveals a profound unity. Connection is not luxury, but biology. Empathy is also rhythm. When people converse deeply, their brainwaves synchronize. Studies using hyperscanning, recording two brains simultaneously, show that listeners and speakers literally align, their neural oscillations rising and falling together. In those moments, communication transcends words. It becomes resonance. We don't just exchange information, we share consciousness for an instant. Yet as much as empathy unites, it also exhausts. Healthcare workers, activists, and caregivers often experience compassion fatigue, the brain's defense against emotional overload. Chronic exposure to others' pain floods the amygdala, dulling response over time. The antidote isn't indifference, but balance, combining empathy with emotional regulation and self-care. The same mirror neurons that connect can also consume. Still, empathy endures as our greatest evolutionary triumph. It turned survival into society, competition into cooperation. It built art, morality, and civilization. Each time we look into another's eyes and truly see them, we reaffirm the oldest truth of the brain, that self and other are not separate circuits, but reflections of the same design. When you see a smile and find yourself smiling back, that's not politeness, it's physics. The brain cannot resist harmony. It feels another's joy because, deep inside, it knows no boundary between giving and receiving. The face is the mirror, and empathy is the light that passes through. Emotion is the heartbeat of consciousness. It's the pulse beneath every thought, the current that turns perception into experience. Without it, the world would be flat, facts without flavor, existence without meaning. The brain doesn't just process data, it feels it. And those feelings shape who we are. Emotion is not a reaction, it's identity in motion. For centuries, philosophers debated whether emotions were obstacles to reason or the essence of it. Modern neuroscience resolves the question. Emotion is the foundation of all decision-making. The brain's limbic system, a network deep within the temporal lobes, connects feeling to action. The amygdala detects threat or reward. The hippocampus records emotional memory. The hypothalamus translates mood into physical response, racing heart, sweaty palms, tears. Together, they form the brain's emotional compass, steering choices before logic even enters the scene. One of the earliest proofs came from a man named Eliot, studied by neuroscientist Antonio Damasio. After surgery removed a tumor near his frontal lobes, Eliot lost his ability to feel emotion, but not intelligence. He could analyze problems perfectly, yet couldn't choose between options. He spent hours deliberating over trivialities, paralyzed by neutrality. The case revealed a striking truth. Reason without emotion is directionless. Feelings give thought purpose. The self is not a cold machine, it's a symphony of sensation and reflection. Each emotion carries its own signature across the brain. Fear lights up the amygdala, joy spreads through the nucleus accumbens, sadness lingers in the anterior cingulate cortex. These activations ripple through the autonomic nervous system, altering heartbeat, hormone levels, and body temperature. In this sense, emotion is embodied thought. It's how the brain translates internal meaning into physical life. But emotions are not hardwired reactions, they're constructed. Psychologist Lisa Feldman Barrett's theory of constructed emotion suggests that feelings are predictions, not reflexes. The brain continuously interprets bodily sensations, heart rate, temperature, tension, and labels them based on context and past experience. That flutter in your chest could be fear before a speech or excitement before love. The difference lies not in the body, but in the brain's story about it. Emotion is narrative, the mind's commentary on its own chemistry. Culture refines this narrative. Some languages have dozens of words for subtle shades of feeling. Japanese ame for sweet dependence, Portuguese saudade for longing, German schadenfreude for pleasure in another's misfortune. These linguistic distinctions shape perception. People literally feel emotions their culture names more vividly. Neuroscience confirms that naming emotion activates the prefrontal cortex, calming the amygdala. To label is to regulate. Words don't just describe feelings, they sculpt them. Memory, too, is inseparable from emotion. The amygdala tags emotional experiences for priority storage. That's why we remember heartbreaks and triumphs long after mundane days fade. Emotion stamps significance into the neural record. Even music, art, and scent can resurrect forgotten feelings in an instant, reactivating buried networks. The smell of rain, a familiar song, the color of a childhood room, all trigger emotional time travel. The self is built not on events, but on how they felt. Emotions also teach. Fear keeps us alive, anger defends boundaries, sadness signals loss and triggers reflection. Even guilt, often maligned, fosters social harmony by aligning personal action with moral codes. Each emotion has evolutionary logic. None are truly negative. The problem arises when they linger unbalanced, when anxiety never shuts off or sadness calcifies into despair. Mental health, in many ways, is the art of emotional regulation, the ability to let feelings flow without flooding the self. The prefrontal cortex acts as the conductor in this orchestra, modulating emotion with reasoning and foresight. It decides whether to fight, flee, or forgive. This constant negotiation between limbic impulse and frontal control forms the essence of maturity. Children act out emotion, adults internalize and interpret it. Yet even the most disciplined mind depends on feeling for motivation. Without emotional resonance, even achievement feels hollow. Technology offers new insights into how emotion defines selfhood. Brain imaging shows that when people recall personal experiences, emotion centers reactivate, merging memory and identity. Artificial intelligence, despite its growing complexity, lacks this integration. It can simulate emotional language, but cannot feel it. Emotion is consciousness's anchor, the sense that life matters to someone inside. Without it, there is awareness, but no self. Interestingly, emotions synchronize across individuals. When people share joy or fear, their brainwaves align, a phenomenon called emotional contagion. In crowds, laughter spreads like electricity, fear like fire. Shared emotion binds societies, forging unity in rituals, music, and protest. It's why sports fans, concert-goers, or worshippers feel transcendence. Their brains literally beat as one. The self dissolves into something larger, a temporary collective consciousness. In those moments, emotion becomes communion. Yet emotion can deceive as easily as it enlightens. Fear can distort perception, amplifying danger beyond proportion. Anger can narrow thought until empathy disappears. Manipulators exploit this through propaganda, marketing, and rhetoric. The same circuits that give love its beauty make belief malleable. Understanding emotion, then, is not just psychology, it's defense. Awareness turns manipulation into mindfulness. The biology of emotion also reveals resilience. When heartbreak strikes, the ventromedial prefrontal cortex helps reframe loss, dampening amygdala activity. Time doesn't erase pain, it rewires it. Each act of recovery strengthens pathways of perspective. This neuroplasticity explains why humans endure. The brain's ability to reassign meaning is emotional alchemy, transforming grief into wisdom, fear into courage, failure into growth. At the farthest edge of emotion lies transcendence. Mystical states, whether through meditation, art, or near-death experience, often deactivate the default mode network, the part of the brain that maintains the sense of self. In those moments, boundaries dissolve. Individuals feel unity with everything. Neuroscientists call it ego dissolution, but those who live it describe it as awakening. Emotion in its purest form, love without object, awe without explanation, reveals that the self is not separate from the world, but an expression of it. In truth, emotion is the self. It shapes memory, identity, morality, and connection. Strip it away, and consciousness collapses into mechanical awareness. Keep it, and life becomes art, messy, unpredictable, meaningful. The self is not carved from logic, but sculpted by feeling. Each joy, each heartbreak adds a layer, a texture to existence. The story of who we are is written not in thoughts, but in the emotional ink that colors them. So next time you feel overwhelmed, remember this. Every tear, every laugh, every heartbeat racing with fear or love is the brain reminding you, you are alive. Emotion is not weakness, it's the signature of sentience, the soul translated into biology. And in that pulse lies the most beautiful mystery of all, the human self, illuminated from within. Memory is both gift and illusion. It shapes who we are, yet it lies as easily as it comforts. Within the folds of the brain, past and present coexist, fragile, fluid, and often rewritten. We think of memory as an archive, a library of fixed events, but neuroscience tells a different story. Memory is not storage, it's reconstruction. Every recollection is a remix, rebuilt from fragments, colored by emotion and belief. We don't just remember the past, we recreate it each time we recall it. The hippocampus, nestled deep within the temporal lobe, is the architect of memory. It records experience, binds context, and transfers information to long-term storage across the cortex. Damage it, as seen in the famous case of Henry Molaison, HM, and new memories vanish. HM could recall his childhood, but not what he ate for breakfast. Each moment faded into oblivion seconds after it passed. His condition revealed that memory is time's anchor. Without it, consciousness drifts endlessly in the present. But even intact, the hippocampus doesn't preserve life like a camera. It stores patterns, not pictures. When you remember your first day of school, your brain reactivates the same sensory regions that once processed the event, the smell of chalk, the sound of laughter, the nervous flutter in your stomach. Memory is sensory reanimation, not playback. Each recall slightly alters the trace, layering new interpretations. The more often you remember something, the less accurate it becomes. Paradoxically, remembering rewrites the memory. This plasticity has purpose. It allows learning. The brain doesn't want perfect recollection. It wants useful reconstruction. Forgetting is not failure. It's filtration. The prefrontal cortex prunes irrelevant data, freeing space for adaptation. Emotional salience guides what survives: joy, pain, fear. These leave biochemical signatures marked by neurotransmitters like norepinephrine. That's why you recall your first heartbreak vividly, but forget yesterday's breakfast. Emotion brands memory with meaning. At the cellular level, memory depends on synaptic plasticity, the ability of neurons to strengthen or weaken their connections. The phrase, cells that fire together, wire together, coined by Donald Hebb, captures this beautifully. Each time a pattern repeats, the connection becomes easier to trigger, like a path through grass growing clearer with use. Learning a skill, like playing piano or driving, turns fleeting circuits into durable highways. Memory is architecture built by repetition. Yet the labyrinth has dark corners. False memories, complete fabrications, can feel as real as truth. Psychologist Elizabeth Loftus demonstrated how easily suggestion reshapes recollection. By planting subtle cues, she convinced subjects they'd seen non-existent events or met people who never existed. Brain scans confirm it. The neural signatures of true and false memories often overlap. The mind's trust in its own storytelling can be terrifying. The brain's goal is coherence, not accuracy. Trauma deepens the paradox. In the face of overwhelming fear, the amygdala floods the system with stress hormones, searing memory traces too deeply or fragmenting them entirely. Some trauma survivors relive events vividly. Others experience blankness, as if memory has been sealed away for safety. Both are defense mechanisms. Modern therapies like EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, attempt to reconnect memory with calm awareness, rewiring emotional circuitry so the past no longer dictates the present. Memory's relationship to identity runs even deeper. The self is essentially autobiographical, a narrative the brain constructs from remembered experience. Damaged memory and identity unravels. Alzheimer's disease illustrates this cruelly. As neurons in the hippocampus degenerate, the narrative dissolves. Loved ones become strangers, timelines blur, and eventually, even the sense of I fades. To lose memory is to lose self-awareness itself. The tragedy of dementia is not just forgetting others, it's forgetting who you are. But the labyrinth isn't only decay, it's also rebirth. Neurogenesis, the creation of new neurons, occurs in the hippocampus even in adulthood. These fresh cells integrate into memory circuits, enhancing learning and emotional resilience. Physical exercise, sleep, and curiosity stimulate this process. The brain, far from static, constantly renovates its architecture. Memory is living tissue, renewing itself through experience. Sleep, particularly slow wave and REM stages, is essential to this renewal. During deep sleep, the hippocampus replays recent experiences in fast bursts, transmitting them to the neocortex for long-term storage. It's as though the brain reviews the day's footage, deciding what to keep and what to discard. This nocturnal editing shapes wisdom from chaos, turning fragments into understanding. Without sleep, memory collapses into noise. Technology complicates the labyrinth further. We now outsource memory to machines, phones, servers, digital archives. This externalization frees cognitive space, but weakens internal recall. The Google effect shows that when information is easily retrievable online, the brain stores less of it. We remember where to find facts, not the facts themselves. Our memories become hyperlinks rather than stories. The cost of convenience may be the erosion of internal narrative continuity. Yet, collective memory, culture's long-term hippocampus, thrives on this very externalization. Books, music, art, and digital history preserve what no single brain could. Humanity's memory extends beyond biology into data. ensuring continuity even as individuals fade. Each generation reconstructs history, editing the past to fit new meanings. Memory, whether personal or cultural, is never neutral. It's always storytelling. Emotion and imagination often blur the line between memory and fantasy. When people vividly imagine events, the same neural circuits activate as during recall. The difference lies only in source tagging, whether the hippocampus marks the experience as real or simulated. Under stress or suggestion, that tag can fail and fantasy becomes memory. This mechanism explains why eyewitness testimony, though heartfelt, is unreliable. The brain's confidence often exceeds its accuracy. But memory is not merely fallible, it's creative. It allows empathy, letting us imagine ourselves in others' lives by simulating their experiences through our own emotional memory. It enables art, nostalgia, and longing. When you remember, you travel through time, not physically, but neurologically. The hippocampus acts as an inner time machine, reconstructing context so vividly that the past feels momentarily alive. This time, travel unites humanity. Every mind carries infinite yesterdays inside it. And yet, perhaps memory's greatest lesson is impermanence. The mind forgets not out of cruelty, but mercy. If every heartbreak, every humiliation remained fresh, we would drown in emotion. Forgetting makes room for renewal. It allows forgiveness, growth, and hope. The labyrinth's exits are not mistakes. They are mercy. So as you close your eyes and recall the moments that shaped you, remember that each image is both truth and fiction, built by a brain that edits life into story. Memory is not the opposite of forgetting, it's its companion. Together they form the rhythm of being, holding on, letting go, and rediscovering meaning in the space between. Time rules everything: heartbeat, thought, memory, existence. Yet no one has ever touched or seen it. It's the invisible architecture behind every moment, and the brain is its architect's apprentice. We live not in time itself, but in the brain's version of it, a subjective construction, flexible, fallible, and deeply human. Inside our skull, seconds can stretch into eternities or vanish in a blink. What we call time is not the ticking of clocks, but the rhythm of perception. Neuroscience reveals that the brain doesn't measure time with a single internal clock. Instead, it uses multiple overlapping systems, each tuned to a different scale. The cerebellum handles milliseconds, coordinating motor timing so we walk, speak, and play music in rhythm. The basal ganglia and prefrontal cortex track longer intervals, seconds, minutes, even hours, through oscillations of neural activity. And deeper still, the suprachiasmatic nucleus, SCN, in the hypothalamus governs the 24-hour circadian rhythm, synchronizing our biological day with the rotation of the planet. These systems overlap to create the seamless flow we call now. But now is an illusion, a product of integration delay. Every sensory signal, light, sound, touch, arrives at slightly different speeds. To avoid disorientation, the brain buffers perception by about 1/10 of a second, stitching events together into a continuous stream. The present we experience is already the past, polished by the brain into coherence. Consciousness, then, is not live. It's a delayed broadcast designed to keep us sane. Time perception is profoundly emotional. The amygdala and striatum modulate our internal clock based on arousal. When fear strikes, the brain's norepinephrine surges, making time appear to slow. This dilation isn't real. It's a trick of memory encoding. The brain records more sensory detail under threat, so when recalling it later, the event feels longer. In terror, we don't live slower. We remember denser. Conversely, in boredom, understimulation thins memory traces, making minutes drag and vanish simultaneously. Time expands or contracts not by physics, but by attention. Children live in a different temporal world. To them, summers last forever, days brim with novelty. For adults, routine compresses time into repetition. This happens because the hippocampus, responsible for encoding new memories, fires most when encountering novelty. As experiences grow familiar, fewer unique traces form, and time seems to accelerate. The years don't actually shorten. Our brains simply stop recording as vividly. That's why aging feels like time speeding up, its perception losing texture. The brain's internal clocks can be deceived. In experiments, flashing lights, rhythmic sounds, or drugs like psilocybin can distort temporal sense, stretching seconds into minutes or collapsing hours into moments. These effects reveal how time depends on neural synchronization. Psychedelics, for instance, disrupt default mode network coherence, freeing sensory inputs from the usual rhythm. The result feels like timelessness. Boundaries dissolve, and the self floats in an endless present. Mystics call it eternity. Neuroscientists call it desynchronization. Sleep and dreams further complicate the clock. In REM sleep, entire narratives unfold in what feels like hours, but occur in minutes. Time bends because the brain's prefrontal cortex, which normally tracks sequence, goes offline. Without the regulator, events flow non-linearly. Emotion replaces chronology. The same phenomenon occurs during flow state. Those moments of deep immersion in art, sport, or creation when time disappears. Dopamine and norepinephrine balance perfectly, sharpening focus and suspending awareness of duration. The brain, aligned with action, forgets to count. Our perception of time also shapes morality and motivation. The prefrontal cortex allows mental time travel, the ability to imagine the future and recall the past. This capacity underlies planning, regret, and empathy. Without it, humans would live only in instinct. Yet this gift burdens us with anxiety and nostalgia, emotions born from time awareness. To anticipate death is the price of consciousness. Animals live in time, humans live through it. Culture reinforces these psychological differences. Western societies view time as linear, a finite resource to be spent. Many Eastern traditions see it as cyclical, a repeating flow where endings fold into beginnings. These beliefs affect cognition. Studies show that people from cyclical time cultures experience less temporal stress, their brains showing lower cortisol under deadline pressure. The mind, it seems, bends not only to biology, but to metaphor. Technology has fractured time even further. Digital life compresses attention into seconds, pushing brains evolved for rhythm into hyperspeed. Notifications, multitasking, and infinite scroll disrupt temporal coherence, leaving many feeling perpetually late and mentally fragmented. The dopaminergic reward loop of digital feedback accelerates perceived time while stealing reflection. We live in an eternal now, disconnected from duration. Neuroscientists warn that such acceleration may erode memory consolidation and emotional depth, both of which rely on stillness. The faster we live, the less we truly experience. Yet time's elasticity offers hope. Mindfulness meditation, shown to increase grey matter in the insular and anterior cingulate cortex, slows subjective time by enhancing present awareness. By attending to breath, sensation, and thought, practitioners retrain attention away from past and future. Brain scans reveal reduced activity in the default mode network, the machinery of mental time travel. In that quiet, second stretch, and the moment deepens. To slow time, we need not change physics, only awareness. The brain's relationship to time also explains love, grief, and aging. Falling in love floods the reward system with dopamine, accelerating experience, making days blur into brightness. Grief, conversely, slows everything. The world turns heavy, movement deliberate, clocks cruel. Emotion distorts the neural clock more profoundly than any drug. The heart measures time differently from the mind. At the edge of neuroscience lies a more profound mystery. Does the brain create time or merely perceive it? Some physicists argue that time is emergent, a byproduct of entropy, not a fundamental dimension. If so, the brain may be translating change into duration, a perceptual adaptation rather than an objective truth. Consciousness could be a rhythm riding the universe's constant unfolding. In that view, the mind is not in time, it is time perceiving itself, and perhaps that's why humans chase immortality, not to live forever, but to escape the illusion of passing. In moments of awe, a sunset, a symphony, a kiss, we feel timeless not because time stops, but because we align perfectly with it. The brain, for once, ceases its counting and simply is. That state, whether found in meditation or music, is the closest we come to eternity while alive. So the next time a moment feels fleeting or endless, remember, time is not outside you. It's inside, flowing with every heartbeat and thought. The seconds you feel are your brain's poetry, measuring change in the language of experience. We live inside a rhythm of our own making, and within that rhythm, every instant, no matter how brief, is infinite. Beneath the surface of awareness lies a silent engine, the subconscious. It hums beneath every decision, dream, and instinct, guiding our lives from the shadows. You may believe you're steering your mind, but neuroscience suggests otherwise. The conscious self, the I you identify with, is merely the tip of an iceberg floating on an ocean of unseen mental activity. Below it lies everything the brain knows, feels, and predicts without telling you. Freud gave this hidden realm its first name, the unconscious, and imagined it as a vault of repressed desires. Modern science paints a subtler picture. The subconscious isn't a single location, but a network of processes spread across the brain. It filters sensory input, manages habits, stores implicit memories, and anticipates needs. While consciousness processes about 40 bits of information per second, the subconscious handles roughly 11 million. You are, in a very real sense, mostly unaware of yourself. Consider how effortlessly you drive a familiar route. Your hands steer, your eyes track motion, your feet adjust pressure, yet your mind wanders elsewhere. The basal ganglia, a region governing habit formation, has automated the sequence. Conscious attention has been freed for other thoughts. This automation extends to nearly everything we do: walking, typing, speaking, even interpreting emotions. The subconscious turns repetition into instinct, allowing the brain to conserve energy. But in doing so, it also shapes behavior beyond awareness. The reticular activating system, RAS, located in the brainstem, filters the flood of sensory input, deciding what reaches consciousness. It's why you can ignore a crowd's noise until someone says your name, or notice a single red car after buying one yourself. The RAS acts as the subconscious gatekeeper, scanning the environment for relevance according to your beliefs and expectations. Change those expectations, and you change what your brain allows you to see. In that sense, perception isn't just observation, it's selective construction. Emotion drives much of this unseen machinery. The amygdala and insula react to threat or comfort milliseconds before you're aware of danger or safety. Gut feelings, literally sensations from the enteric nervous system, send chemical signals to the brain that influence decision-making. This gut-brain axis explains intuition's accuracy. The subconscious gathers subtle cues and patterns long before rational analysis catches up. What feels like instinct is often data processed beneath awareness. Memory, too, is divided between the explicit and implicit. Explicit memory involves conscious recall, facts, names, experiences. Implicit memory operates silently, storing learned responses. A pianist who's memorized a concerto doesn't think about every note. Muscle memory, encoded in the cerebellum, performs it automatically. The same system governs fears and biases. Conditioned responses, like tension at a dog's bark after a childhood bite, linger long after conscious memory fades. The subconscious remembers what the mind forgets. Dreams offer the most intimate glimpse into this hidden realm. During REM sleep, the prefrontal cortex, responsible for logic, goes quiet, while emotion and imagery centers ignite. The subconscious takes over, weaving narratives from memory fragments and unresolved feelings. Freud called dreams the royal road to the unconscious, and while modern neuroscience rejects his symbolism, it agrees that dreaming integrates emotion and memory. It's the brain's nightly rehearsal of life's unfinished business. The subconscious also writes our habits. Every repeated thought strengthens neural pathways, turning belief into biology. Positive or negative, these patterns form the blueprint of behavior. Psychologists call this neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reshape itself. Repetition sculpts the subconscious like clay. That's why affirmations, visualization, and meditation work. They feed the RAS new priorities, training the subconscious to seek opportunities aligned with intention. The mechanism is not mystical, it's neurological conditioning. But the same power that builds resilience can breed self-sabotage. The subconscious doesn't judge, it obeys. If fed anxiety, it amplifies vigilance. If taught helplessness, it filters out hope. Trauma can trap the subconscious in defensive patterns long after danger ends. In post-traumatic stress disorder, the amygdala remains hyperactive, misinterpreting harmless stimuli as threats. Healing requires teaching the subconscious safety again through repetition, grounding, and trust. Advertising, politics, and social media exploit this vulnerability. By triggering emotional cues, fear, desire, belonging, they bypass logic and speak directly to the subconscious. Subliminal messaging isn't magic. It's simply stimulus delivered below conscious threshold, yet strong enough to bias decision-making. Color, rhythm, and association do the rest. A logo, a slogan, a melody. They implant meaning where thought never intervenes. Awareness is defense. Once conscious, the spell breaks. The subconscious also governs body function beyond control. Heartbeat, digestion, hormone release, all run through the autonomic nervous system, guided by brainstem and hypothalamus. But this barrier isn't absolute. Practices like breath control and meditation can modulate these automatic systems, lowering blood pressure or heart rate. Ancient spiritual traditions discovered what neuroscience now confirms. The conscious mind can gently influence the subconscious machinery through focused awareness. Creativity emerges from this interaction. Many breakthroughs arise not during effort, but after it, when the conscious mind relaxes. The default mode network takes over, allowing the subconscious to form novel connections. This explains why solutions appear in dreams, showers, or walks. The subconscious, given freedom, rearranges ideas without resistance. Einstein described this as combinatory play. To think deeply, sometimes one must stop thinking at all. Yet, despite its power, the subconscious isn't mystical. It's mechanical, though exquisitely so. Every flash of intuition, every slip of the tongue, every unexplainable hunch originates from computation beyond awareness. Consciousness, as cognitive scientist Marvin Minsky once wrote, is merely the tip of the iceberg of computation. Beneath, the subconscious hums, a vast parallel processor that keeps us alive and adaptive. The line between the two isn't fixed. Hypnosis, for example, lowers the threshold between conscious and subconscious processing. Under trance, the anterior cingulate cortex, the brain's conflict monitor, relaxes, allowing suggestion to bypass skepticism. Pain control, phobia relief, even surgery without anesthesia have been achieved this way. The mind, when convinced, can override physiology. But it's not magic. It's focus amplified to subconscious command. Ultimately, the subconscious is both guardian and guide. It learns from every moment, predicting, protecting, preparing. It speaks in emotion, imagery, and impulse, not logic. To ignore it is to lose touch with intuition. To surrender entirely is to drift without awareness. The art of being human lies in dialogue between the two. Reason steering instinct, instinct enriching reason. The subconscious may not think in words, but it listens. Every belief you repeat becomes its command. Every fear you feed becomes its reality. It's the hidden artist painting the portrait of your life, one unnoticed brushstroke at a time. And when the conscious mind quiets, when you dream, meditate, or create, you can almost hear it whisper back. For centuries, philosophy divided mind and body as though they were separate realms, thought above, flesh below. But modern science reveals no such boundary. The brain is the body, and the body is the brain extended through nerves, hormones, and sensation. Every emotion has a heartbeat, every thought a pulse. To think is to move chemistry. To feel is to change physiology. The so-called mind-body connection isn't a metaphor. It's the foundation of existence. The nervous system, endocrine system, and immune system communicate in an intricate dance. When you feel joy, your brain releases dopamine and serotonin, chemicals that ripple through your bloodstream, modulating heart rhythm, immune response, and digestion. When you feel stress, the hypothalamus triggers the HPA axis, the hypothalamus-pituitary-adrenal loop, releasing cortisol and adrenaline. These hormones sharpen attention, but over time, wear the body thin. The same chemicals that save you in crisis can sicken you in calm. Thought, therefore, can heal or harm. The vagus nerve, stretching from brainstem to organs, embodies this link. It's a two-way channel carrying emotional state into physical function. A calm mind slows heartbeat and deepens breath. Panic does the opposite. Practices like deep breathing, meditation, or prayer stimulate the parasympathetic nervous system, activating what scientists call the rest and digest response. This reduces inflammation, steadies blood pressure, and fosters emotional clarity. It's biology's proof that peace is physiological. Even posture and movement feed back into emotion. Stand tall, breathe fully, and the brain interprets confidence. Hunch and hold your breath, and it reads defeat. The somatic marker hypothesis, proposed by Antonio Damasio, suggests that bodily states guide decisions unconsciously. When faced with choices, subtle sensations, tight chest, relaxed shoulders, signal the body's wisdom before rational thought intervenes. Emotion, far from abstract, begins in muscle and heartbeat. The immune system, once thought separate from psychology, now shows remarkable sensitivity to mood. Chronic stress suppresses natural killer cells, slows wound healing, and increases inflammation. Conversely, positive emotions enhance immune function. Studies of laughter therapy, social connection, and gratitude show measurable boosts in antibody levels. Even short periods of mindfulness can alter gene expression, reducing pro-inflammatory markers. The mind, quite literally, edits biology. Placebo research further illustrates this dialogue. When patients believe they're receiving medicine, their brains release endorphins and dopamine, replicating genuine pharmacological effects. The expectation of healing triggers healing. In Parkinson's disease, placebos can increase dopamine production. In pain management, they activate the brain's opioid receptors. The power isn't in deception, it's in belief. The body listens to the stories the mind tells it. Nocebo effects reveal the opposite. Negative expectations create harm. If convinced a pill will cause nausea, many people experience it, even when the pill is inert. Fear magnifies symptom perception, amplifying signals through the insula, the brain's interoceptive hub that monitors internal states. This self-fulfilling physiology underscores a crucial truth. Perception shapes biology as much as biology shapes perception. Modern medicine increasingly integrates this insight. Psychoneuroimmunology, a field at the intersection of psychology, neurology, and immunity, studies how thoughts and emotions influence health. The results are clear. Loneliness increases mortality risk as much as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. Connection, touch, and empathy trigger oxytocin release, lowering blood pressure and stress hormones. Healing, it seems, is communal as much as chemical. Even movement acts as medicine for the mind. Exercise stimulates brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, promoting neuron growth and connectivity. It elevates serotonin and endorphins, reducing depression as effectively as pharmaceuticals in many cases. Physical rhythm, running, dancing, swimming, synchronizes heartbeat and breath, aligning physiology with emotion. The mind doesn't just ride the body, it rides its rhythm. Breathing remains the simplest, oldest bridge between mind and flesh. Controlled breathwork found in yoga, qigong, and modern therapies modulates the vagus nerve directly. Slow, deep breathing increases heart rate variability, a measure of resilience, and lowers amygdala activity. The result is measurable calm. The phrase, "take a deep breath," endures because it works. It's not superstition but neurobiology. Inhale peace, exhale tension. Pain offers another window into this unity. Chronic pain often persists after tissue heals because the brain's pain network, the somatosensory cortex, insula, and anterior cingulate, keeps firing. Mindfulness-based pain therapy teaches patients to observe pain without judgment, reducing suffering even when sensation remains. The difference lies in interpretation. By uncoupling emotion from sensation, the mind rewrites its relationship to pain. The body's signal stays, but its meaning changes. This ability to reinterpret sensation hints at extraordinary resilience. Survivors of extreme hardship, war, illness, loss, often develop what psychologists call post-traumatic growth. Their brains, instead of collapsing, rewire toward purpose and gratitude. Adversity becomes teacher, not tormentor. Neuroimaging shows strengthened prefrontal control and reduced amygdala reactivity in such individuals. The body remembers trauma, yes, but it also remembers healing. Nutrition, sleep, and environment further influence mental state through biochemical channels. Gut microbes produce serotonin precursors that affect mood. Poor diet disrupts this balance, linking gut health to depression. Sleep regulates emotional memory consolidation. Deprivation amplifies anxiety and impairs empathy. Even sunlight modulates serotonin and melatonin cycles, affecting mood and circadian rhythm. Wellness isn't just mental hygiene, it's biological symphony. But if mind and body are one, where does self begin? The embodied cognition theory argues that thought arises not in isolation, but through sensory and motor feedback. When you imagine running, your motor cortex activates. When you read about warmth, your body temperature slightly rises. Thought is simulation. The body provides the brain its metaphors, its raw materials for imagination. Without physical experience, abstract reasoning would be impossible. The mind does not use the body, it is the body thinking. Spiritual traditions intuited this long before science could measure it. Practices like meditation, chanting, and movement rituals were early experiments in neuroregulation. They align breath, posture, and focus to harmonize body chemistry and mental rhythm. Today's fMRI scans show the same results: reduced limbic activity, increased prefrontal control, and elevated gamma waves during deep meditation. The mind-body connection isn't discovery, it's rediscovery. Still, unity does not mean simplicity. The feedback loop between brain and body is constant but fragile. Stress, toxins, or isolation can disrupt it, fracturing coherence into illness. Healing then becomes restoration of dialogue, listening inwardly as much as treating outwardly. Medicine may repair tissue, but only awareness restores harmony. In the end, the mind-body connection is not a metaphor about control. It's a reminder of intimacy. Every heartbeat echoes your thoughts. Every breath mirrors your emotions. You are not a mind carried by a body or a body directed by a mind. You are the conversation between them, unbroken and alive. When the mind calms, the body follows. When the body moves, the mind awakens. Between those two movements lies the simplest, most profound truth. To be human is to feel, and to feel is to exist as one seamless whole. Every killer leaves behind more than bodies. They leave psychological fingerprints. Across American history, from the frontier murderers of the 1800s to the cyber predators of the 2020s, a terrifying consistency persists. Beneath changing technology and culture, the psychology of the American killer remains rooted in ego, obsession, rage, and the human need for control. To understand them is to confront the darkest corners of human nature itself. Psychologists studying violent offenders have long sought to answer one question: are killers born or made? The evidence suggests both. Some are shaped by trauma, neglect, and social alienation. Others seem to carry a cold emptiness from birth. It is this blend of nature and environment that breeds the perfect storm. The remorseless murderer who moves through life like a predator through fog. Early studies in forensic psychology identified what's now called the triad of violence: childhood cruelty to animals, fire setting, and bedwetting beyond a certain age. These behaviors often appeared in the histories of serial killers such as Jeffrey Dahmer and Ted Bundy. But beyond these warning signs lies something deeper. An emotional void that separates killer and victim long before the first act of violence occurs. For most American killers, control is the ultimate motive. The act of murder is often not about killing itself, but about domination. Whether it's the calculated manipulation of a con artist like Charles Manson, the sexual power play of Bundy, or the obsessive retribution of killers like David Berkowitz, the common thread is the desire to impose will upon another human being, to rewrite reality through violence. A closer look at different categories of murderers reveals disturbing psychological variations. Visionary killers, for example, are driven by psychosis. They hear voices, see visions, or believe themselves to be acting under divine command. Richard Chase, the vampire of Sacramento, drank the blood of his victims because he believed his heart was shrinking. Then there are mission-oriented killers who kill to cleanse society, the likes of Joseph Paul Franklin or the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski. Their crimes are rooted in ideology, however warped. They see themselves not as criminals, but as saviors. Hedonistic killers, perhaps the most chilling, kill for pleasure, sexual gratification, thrill, or sadistic enjoyment. Jeffrey Dahmer, Dennis Rader, and Albert Fish belong to this category. Their crimes are methodical, indulgent, and horrifyingly deliberate. And finally, power/control killers like John Wayne Gacy or BTK seek complete dominance over their victims. The act of torture, the slow infliction of terror, is the real objective. Death is merely the conclusion of the performance. Psychologists describe these killers as existing on the psychopathy spectrum, where empathy, guilt, and fear are muted. Brain imaging studies have revealed that psychopathic individuals often have underactive amygdalas, the brain region tied to fear and emotion, and overdeveloped rational centers. They understand emotion intellectually, but cannot feel it. It's why killers like Bundy could charm victims moments before striking. But psychopathy alone doesn't make a murderer. Millions of psychopaths exist in society as CEOs, politicians or soldiers who never kill. What separates them from murderers is impulse control and context. The American landscape, with its mix of violence, inequality, and media glorification of killers, often provides the stage on which these minds perform. The environment matters deeply. Childhood trauma, abuse, neglect, humiliation, is the fuel that ignites latent pathology. Consider Aileen Wuornos, who was brutalized since childhood and sexually exploited for survival. Her murders of men who picked her up as a prostitute were less about thrill than vengeance. She saw herself as reclaiming power stolen long ago. Many American killers also exhibit narcissistic personality traits, a grandiose sense of self, craving for admiration, and sensitivity to rejection. When reality denies them validation, rage erupts. School shooters, for instance, often share this fragile narcissism, craving recognition, infamy, and revenge against perceived humiliation. Their manifestos, diaries, and videos aren't just confessions, they're performances designed for an audience. The digital age has intensified this pathology. In the past, killers sought headlines. Today, they seek followers. They study media coverage, imitate predecessors, and crave the immortality that online fame promises. The line between notoriety and identity has blurred. In this new world, even murder becomes a form of branding. Another powerful force shaping American killers is fantasy. Long before a crime occurs, many spend years building internal worlds, vivid daydreams of control, dominance, and destruction. These fantasies, when paired with isolation, become self-reinforcing loops. BTK wrote in his journals about binding imaginary victims as a teenager. Ted Bundy spoke of violent fantasies he indulged in long before his first murder. Fantasy allows the killer to rehearse his crimes until they feel real. And when fantasy is no longer enough, Reality becomes the next step. Then comes dehumanization, the psychological mechanism that allows murderers to view victims not as people, but as objects. Soldiers, executioners, and killers all use this process to detach emotionally. Serial killers often refer to their victims in impersonal terms. It, the body, the girl. It's how they silence conscience long enough to act. Yet even among the darkest minds, patterns of remorse, confusion, and contradiction emerge. Some killers like Edmund Kemper openly admitted guilt and insight into their depravity. Others, like Richard Ramirez, embraced evil with religious fervor. To them, being feared was a kind of godhood. The psychology of American killers reveals not monsters born from myths, but reflections of human possibility. They are extreme expressions of impulses that exist in everyone: rage, envy, lust, and the desire to control. What separates them from the rest of society isn't what they feel, but what they lack: the restraint, empathy, and moral compass that binds civilization. In interviews and confessions, a chilling pattern repeats. Many killers don't describe joy or hatred during murder, they describe calm. It's the moment when chaos inside them aligns with chaos outside. For that instant, the world finally makes sense. And when that calm fades, they kill again to feel it once more. The psychology of the American killer isn't simply about madness, it's about meaning. For them, murder becomes a twisted way to assert existence in a world that ignored them. Its power distilled into its purest, most terrifying form. And in that mirror of power and emptiness, society sees its own reflection, the consequences of neglect, obsession, and the dark allure of fame. The killer's mind isn't an alien world. It's our own instincts, stripped of empathy, unbound by law, and unleashed upon the helpless. Belief is the invisible architect of reality. It shapes perception, directs biology, fuels civilization, and sometimes destroys it. To believe is not merely to think. It is to feel truth so deeply that the brain accepts it as real. Neuroscience now confirms what philosophers and mystics long intuited. Belief is not an accessory to consciousness. It is its engine. Every action, emotion, and interpretation of the world is filtered through what the mind holds to be true. In the brain, belief operates like software. It determines how sensory data is processed, how the body reacts, and what possibilities consciousness can perceive. This filtering happens automatically. The reticular activating system, RAS, a network in the brainstem, screens the flood of external stimuli according to relevance and expectation. When you decide something matters, consciously or not, the RAS ensures you notice it. That's why after buying a red car, you suddenly see red cars everywhere. It's not the world that changed, it's your belief system tuning the brain's spotlight. Belief influences biology as profoundly as perception. Placebo research demonstrates that conviction alone can trigger measurable healing. When patients believe they're receiving medication, their brains release endorphins, dopamine, and cannabinoids that reduce pain and anxiety. Functional MRI scans show activation of the same regions that respond to real drugs. The body listens to belief as if it were fact. Conversely, the nocebo effect, negative expectation, produces harm, nausea, pain, or fatigue from harmless substances. Belief doesn't just interpret reality, it generates it within the flesh. Psychologists call this cognitive bias. But bias doesn't always mean error. It's how the brain manages complexity. To navigate an infinite world, the mind builds predictive models, beliefs, to simplify decision-making. These internal maps evolve from childhood, culture, and experience, becoming so automatic that we rarely question them. Yet they can both empower and imprison. A belief in competence enhances performance. A belief in limitation suppresses it, regardless of actual ability. The brain obeys its narrative. The expectancy theory in psychology explains much of this dynamic. Expectation alters perception and outcome by shaping attention and effort. Students who believe they can learn activate more dopaminergic motivation circuits. Athletes who visualize victory prime motor and sensory regions for performance. Even immune response strengthens under optimistic expectation. Belief doesn't just precede achievement, it helps create it. But belief's power extends beyond physiology to perception itself. The brain is not a camera, it's a storyteller. It doesn't record the world, it predicts it. The predictive coding theory of consciousness proposes that perception arises from the brain's guesses about incoming data. When sensory input conflicts with expectation, the brain adjusts, either updating belief or dismissing the anomaly. This mechanism explains why eyewitnesses disagree, why optical illusions work, and why two people can inhabit entirely different versions of the same event. We don't see the world as it is. We see it as we believe it to be. Religion, ideology, and culture all harness this neural machinery. Faith provides coherence in a chaotic world, anchoring meaning in narrative. Studies of neurotheology, the neuroscience of spiritual experience, show that prayer and meditation activate regions associated with focus, empathy, and emotional regulation. Belief in transcendence, regardless of doctrine, produces calm, resilience, and hope. The brain rewards faith because it reduces uncertainty. In a universe indifferent to survival, belief offers psychological gravity. Yet, belief's double edge is clear. The same circuits that enable devotion can fuel delusion. When belief hardens into dogma, the prefrontal cortex, responsible for reasoning, reduces flexibility, while emotional regions strengthen conviction. The result is cognitive dissonance, the brain's discomfort when evidence contradicts belief. Rather than surrendering certainty, the mind often distorts perception to preserve identity. In this way, belief becomes armor against truth. History is filled with its triumphs and tragedies. Still, not all belief is grand or ideological. Much of it is intimate, guiding personal destiny. A patient who believes they will recover often does better. A person who believes they're unloved may unconsciously repel affection. The subconscious accepts belief as instruction, shaping behavior through subtle cues, tone, posture, energy that influence outcomes. Psychologists term this the self-fulfilling prophecy, but it's more than metaphor. The brain's mirror neurons translate internal states into outward signals, aligning environment with expectation. Life echoes belief. The power of belief also manifests in creativity. Every invention, from fire to flight, began as conviction against evidence. The Wright brothers believed humans could defy gravity before they could prove it. Artists believe in visions unseen, scientists in hypotheses untested. Belief births the possible by insisting that reality bend. Skepticism guards truth, but belief builds futures. Neuroscience shows that belief even alters pain and pleasure. Religious rituals, intense faith, or hypnotic suggestion can trigger endogenous opioid release, dulling pain or heightening euphoria. Soldiers wounded in battle often report feeling nothing until danger passes. Belief in mission suppresses suffering. Monks meditating in freezing temperatures can raise body heat through belief-driven focus. Mind over matter is not fantasy, it's physiology under conviction. but belief requires balance. Blind conviction can isolate, while chronic doubt paralyzes. The healthiest minds blend faith with flexibility, belief as hypothesis, not prison. This adaptability depends on the anterior cingulate cortex, which monitors error and adjusts thought when reality shifts. When it fails, fanaticism or despair take root. The art of wisdom lies in knowing when to hold belief and when to let it die. The digital age magnifies belief's reach. Algorithms feed confirmation bias, reinforcing worldviews until they harden into echo chambers. Collective belief now spreads faster than fact, shaping politics, economies, and even perception of truth itself. Viral ideas literally hijack the brain's reward systems, delivering dopamine for agreement and punishment for dissent. In this sense, belief has become both currency and contagion. Yet belief's ultimate purpose may be existential. Consciousness, faced with uncertainty, requires a framework to function. Belief provides that structure, a bridge between what we know and what we can't. It turns chaos into story, randomness into purpose. Whether in science, spirituality, or self-perception, belief transforms the void into meaning. The brain, ever pragmatic, trades accuracy for coherence, and in that trade, civilization blooms. So perhaps the power of belief is neither illusion nor miracle, but the mind's most essential act, the ability to create reality from imagination. Every healing, every discovery, every revolution began with someone saying, "I believe." The phrase is not hope, it's command. When belief aligns with action, biology and destiny respond. In the end, belief is both map and compass. It tells the brain where to look, the body how to feel, and the soul why to continue. And though the world may change beyond recognition, this truth remains. We become what we believe we are. Every day you make choices, what to eat, who to love, whether to speak or stay silent. You feel these choices as deliberate, conscious acts of will. Yet beneath that sense of control, neuroscience whispers a disquieting truth. The decision is made before you know it. The mind, it seems, decides first and explains later. What we call free will may be less freedom than story, a narrative the brain tells to keep the self intact. The illusion was first exposed in the 1980s by neuroscientist Benjamin Libet. He asked subjects to flex their wrists whenever they chose while recording brain activity. The results startled science. The readiness potential, a burst of neural preparation in the motor cortex, appeared about 350 milliseconds before participants felt the conscious urge to move. The brain acted first. Awareness followed. Volition seemed like a postscript to decision. Later studies deepened the mystery. Using fMRI, researchers could predict simple choices, pressing a left or right button, up to 7 seconds before subjects reported deciding. The prefrontal cortex and parietal regions showed predictive patterns long before consciousness arrived. The implication: the brain initiates action subconsciously, and the conscious mind merely observes and rationalizes the outcome. Free will, by this account, is a witness claiming authorship after the fact. This finding unsettled philosophy, morality, and theology. If our actions arise from neural determinism, genes, environment, chemistry, where does responsibility lie? Are we machines pretending to choose? Yet the story is not so simple. Libet himself proposed a middle ground. While unconscious processes initiate impulses, consciousness retains veto power. We may not start every thought, but we can stop some. That fraction of control, hesitation, reflection, may be the true essence of will. To understand this tension, consider how decisions form in the brain. The orbitofrontal cortex evaluates rewards, the amygdala injects emotion, the striatum calculates probability, and the anterior cingulate monitors conflict. These networks compete and collaborate, producing the final act we experience as choice consciousness perceives only the winner of that neural debate. The rest, thousands of competing impulses, remains hidden below awareness, the subconscious parliament of the mind. Yet even if choices begin unconsciously, consciousness influences which patterns dominate. Attention reshapes neural weighting, strengthening some circuits while silencing others. The Hebbian principle, neurons that fire together wire together, means that focus sculpts possibility. Each moment of mindfulness, each act of restraint, rewrites the probabilities of the next choice. In this way, freedom may exist not as a single act, but as the gradual training of the brain to favor one kind of impulse over another. Philosophers divide this into two camps: hard determinism, which denies true agency, and compatibilism, which accepts determinism but preserves moral freedom. From the compatibilist view, you are not free from cause, but you are part of the causal chain. Your values, memories, and goals, all shaped by past experience, are themselves forces acting within the system. When you choose, you express those internal causes. Free will, then, is not an escape from determinism, but participation in it. Psychology supports this nuanced view. When people believe they lack free will, they behave less ethically, showing more aggression and cheating in experiments. When reminded of agency, they act more responsibly. Belief in freedom becomes a self-fulfilling function of morality. Whether or not free will exists objectively, believing in it changes behavior and therefore shapes reality. The illusion has power because it anchors accountability. The brain's architecture even seems designed to preserve that illusion. The default mode network, associated with self-narrative, constantly integrates past events into coherent storylines. It's the brain's storyteller, turning scattered neural firings into identity. When you decide this network retrofits causation, I chose this because, giving the chaos of impulses narrative order. The self, then, is not the cause of thought, but the explanation of it. Awareness follows function like commentary after action. Still, determinism alone cannot explain creativity, spontaneity, or compassion. Randomness, too, plays its part. Neural noise, microscopic fluctuations in electrical activity, introduces unpredictability into decision-making. Quantum indeterminacy may add further chaos at subatomic levels. These variables ensure that no decision, however constrained, is perfectly predictable. We may not be free from cause, but we are never bound by certainty. The future remains open because biology itself is probabilistic. Emotion also reclaims part of freedom's territory. The limbic system doesn't merely react, it prioritizes. When moved by love, awe, or empathy, we override self-interest, acting against pure survival logic. Such moments, sacrifice, forgiveness, creation, defy the cold algorithm of determinism. They hint at a deeper layer of will, not rational control, but the mysterious alignment of self with something greater. Whether divine or emergent, it gives human choice its depth. The study of split-brain patients offers another clue. When the connection between hemispheres is severed, each half of the brain operates semi-independently. In experiments, the left hand, controlled by the right hemisphere, performs actions the right hand doesn't know about. When asked why, the speaking hemisphere invents explanations. The interpreter in the left brain creates reason where none existed. This compulsion to explain, this need to claim control, suggests that free will is the mind's way of maintaining identity coherence in a divided system. Yet illusion doesn't mean irrelevance. The sense of choice drives motivation. It allows societies to enforce justice, individuals to pursue meaning. Even if will is mechanistic, its subjective experience sustains civilization. We must live as if free, because that belief organizes behavior toward accountability and aspiration. Without it, existence dissolves into fatalism. Modern neuroscience thus reframes the debate. Free will may not be absolute, but it is emergent. It arises from the brain's complexity, just as flight emerges from physics, though no single molecule can fly. Billions of neurons interacting create something irreducible, a conscious agent capable of reflection, regret, and change. The will may be constrained, but within those constraints lies endless variation. Determinism sets the stage. Consciousness improvises. Perhaps freedom is not the absence of cause, but the awareness of it. To see the forces shaping your mind, genes, trauma, culture, and still act with intention is the highest form of will. Liberation lies not in denying influence, but in understanding it. The brain that knows it is partly automatic, gains power to redirect the automatic. So the next time you make a choice, consider this. Somewhere, milliseconds before awareness, your neurons have already spoken. Yet in the pause that follows, in that fragile space where reflection meets impulse, you decide whether to obey or to alter. Maybe that pause is all the freedom we ever truly have. But in it lies everything human: responsibility, morality, and the dream of being more than our biology. Consciousness is the light behind the eyes, the quiet witness of every heartbeat, thought, and dream. It's what turns raw perception into experience, what allows the universe to look back at itself and ask, "What am I?" Yet, despite centuries of inquiry, science still cannot explain why matter thinks, why neurons firing in the dark produce the vivid cinema of the mind. The brain is physical, but consciousness feels infinite. It is the oldest and deepest mystery in existence. The brain, though only 3 pounds of tissue, contains roughly 86 billion neurons, each connecting to thousands of others. These neural networks generate patterns of electrical and chemical activity that correspond to perception, emotion, and thought. But consciousness isn't found in any single neuron or region. It emerges from their coordination. It's not the orchestra's instruments that create the symphony, but the harmony between them. Neuroscientists call this synchronization neural binding, the unification of sensory and cognitive processes into the seamless flow of awareness. At the center of this lies the thalamus, the brain's relay hub. It gathers input from the senses and distributes it to the cortex, acting as both gatekeeper and conductor. Without the thalamus, consciousness collapses. Damage to it often results in coma. Around it, the cerebral cortex, especially the prefrontal and parietal regions, weaves perception into narrative. This cortical activity, measured as synchronized oscillations around 40 Hz, forms the heartbeat of conscious awareness. When these rhythms falter, under anesthesia, deep sleep, or injury, awareness fades like a dimming light. Two dominant theories attempt to map this light. The first, Global Workspace Theory, GWT, likens the brain to a theater. Countless unconscious processes compete for attention backstage, but only a few win the spotlight of awareness. Once broadcast across the brain's global workspace, this information becomes conscious, accessible to memory, reasoning, and speech. In this view, consciousness is not the sum of all thoughts, but the coordination that allows them to be shared internally. Awareness is the mind's stage manager, deciding which mental actors speak. The second theory, Integrated Information Theory, IIT, approaches from another angle. It measures consciousness by the system's ability to integrate information into a unified whole. A brain with many interconnected parts, each influencing and being influenced by others, generates hi-fi, a mathematical index of consciousness. A computer might process data faster, but without integration, it lacks subjective unity. By this measure, consciousness is not about intelligence, but interconnection. The more integrated the system, the richer its inner life. Yet both theories stumble on the hard problem, coined by philosopher David Chalmers. Why should physical processes produce subjective experience at all? Why should firing neurons feel like love, pain, or color? Science can trace correlations, but not cause. We can watch the brain light up during emotion, but we cannot explain how electricity becomes meaning. This gap between mechanism and experience is the last frontier of understanding. Some call it mystery, others call it the soul. Some neuroscientists propose that consciousness arises from recursive self-modeling, the brain's ability to represent not just the world, but itself observing the world. This looping awareness creates the sense of I. The default mode network, DMN, plays a key role here, linking memories, emotions, and perspective-taking. When it quiets, through meditation, psychedelics, or deep flow, ego boundaries dissolve and consciousness expands beyond the self. Such experiences feel spiritual because the observer temporarily merges with observation. Awareness recognizes itself as larger than identity. In this way, consciousness might not be localized at all. Some physicists and philosophers entertain panpsychism, the idea that consciousness is a fundamental property of the universe, like gravity or energy. In this view, matter doesn't produce awareness, it participates in it. The brain, then, acts like a receiver, tuning into consciousness rather than creating it. Though unproven, the theory gains intrigue as quantum physics reveals how observation itself shapes reality. Perhaps consciousness isn't a byproduct of the universe, but its purpose. Still, biology provides equally compelling explanations. The claustrum, a thin sheet of neurons beneath the cortex, may serve as a synchronization hub linking sensory experiences into unity. When electrically stimulated, patients report instant total loss of consciousness, as if someone switched off awareness itself. Whether the claustrum is conductor or switchboard, it reminds us that even the most transcendent aspects of mind depend on fragile matter. Consciousness, for all its mystery, is rooted in flesh. Language further refines awareness. By naming sensations, the brain reflects upon them, creating meta-consciousness, awareness of awareness. This recursive loop allows planning, morality, art, and science. Yet it also brings suffering, as self-reflection amplifies regret and fear. The same neural sophistication that enables beauty also enables anxiety. Consciousness, in its highest form, carries both light and shadow, joy in understanding, pain in remembering. Sleep and anesthesia reveal its fragility. During deep sleep, consciousness narrows to near zero, only to reassemble upon waking as though rebooted. Under anesthesia, communication between cortical regions breaks down and awareness dissolves entirely, proof that consciousness depends on connection. But when revived, continuity returns seamlessly. The mind resumes its narrative without noticing absence. The self, then, is not static. It's a process restarted each morning. Technology now probes these boundaries. Artificial intelligence replicates cognition without inner life, raising the question, can consciousness emerge from code? According to IIT, if an AI achieves sufficient integration, it could experience something. Yet until it expresses subjective perspective, emotion, desire, reflection, it remains simulation. Consciousness may require not just computation, but embodiment, sensation, mortality, limitation. The brain's awareness is inseparable from its vulnerability. Altered states of consciousness, through meditation, psychedelics, or sensory deprivation, offer further clues. Brain scans show decreased activity in the DMN during such states, correlating with feelings of unity and transcendence. When the brain's hierarchical filters relax, sensory information floods unmediated, producing visions, insight, and dissolution of ego. Mystics call it enlightenment. Scientists call it entropy increase, the mind temporarily freed from predictive order. Both describe the same phenomenon, the boundaries of consciousness widening beyond the self. But perhaps the architecture of consciousness isn't something to solve, but to inhabit. We live inside it every moment, yet rarely notice its construction. Awareness is both subject and object, builder and observer. The brain doesn't contain consciousness like a box. It is consciousness, folding in on itself, perceiving its own process. The greatest mystery isn't how consciousness arises, but that it recognizes itself at all. In the quiet between thoughts, when memory, identity, and desire fall away, what remains is pure awareness, unchanging, infinite, wordless. Every culture, from Buddhism to phenomenology, gestures toward this same state. Consciousness, aware of consciousness, the universe remembering itself through a single human mind. Whether you call it spirit, sentience, or self, it is the same luminous presence behind every pair of eyes. So, when you look at the world and feel awe, that feeling is the world looking back. Consciousness isn't something you have, it's what you are. And though science may someday describe its structure, its essence will remain experiential, not empirical. To study consciousness is to chase the mirror that reflects the chaser. For all its elegance and power, the human brain is not the end of the story. It is the beginning. Within its folds lies everything we call mind, yet beyond its edges stretches something greater, the vast network of connection that links each consciousness to every other, the invisible field where thought, culture, and meaning intertwine. The final mystery is not how the brain creates awareness, but how awareness reaches beyond the brain, into relationship, art, technology, and the very fabric of the cosmos. When neuroscientists study cognition, they focus on the physical, neurons, synapses, chemicals. But consciousness refuses to stay confined. The mind is both personal and collective. The social brain hypothesis suggests that intelligence evolved primarily for connection, to predict others' thoughts, empathize, and cooperate. In this view, awareness was never solitary. It was born between minds. The human brain is social hardware, built for empathy and shared imagination. Alone, we survive. Together, we transcend. Every conversation, every act of teaching or storytelling is the brain extending itself into another. When two people communicate deeply, their brainwaves synchronize, a phenomenon called inter-brain coherence. Listeners anticipate the speaker's words milliseconds before they're said. Teachers and students, musicians and audiences, lovers and friends, all participate in this neural duet. Consciousness, it seems, expands through resonance. Your mind is not trapped behind your skull. It vibrates across space through understanding. Culture itself is the external nervous system of humanity. Art, language, and technology carry thought beyond individuals, allowing knowledge to accumulate across generations. Writing, in particular, transformed the brain's architecture. Literacy strengthened visual and memory regions, rewiring cognition for abstraction. Now, in the digital age, information moves faster than neurons can adapt. Billions of interconnected minds form a planetary brain, an emergent intelligence that processes experience at global scale. Whether this will enlighten or overwhelm us remains the central question of our century. Even biology reflects this interconnectedness. The microbiome, the trillions of microorganisms within and upon the body, communicates chemically with the nervous system, influencing mood, immunity, even decision-making. Each human is a collective of organisms acting in symphony. The self, once thought singular, is ecological. Consciousness is not a lone flame, but a constellation of life in conversation with itself. Death confronts this unity with its ultimate question: does consciousness end when the brain stops? Neuroscience sees no evidence of awareness surviving neural death. The patterns cease, the lights go out. Yet the mystery persists because consciousness has always felt larger than its vessel. Near-death experiences, moments of transcendence, and reports of timeless awareness hint at a reality beyond measure. Whether metaphysical or neurological, such experiences reveal the mind's yearning to understand its own continuation. Even if the individual flame extinguishes, the fire of consciousness may continue in ways we cannot yet perceive. Physics offers poetic parallels. Quantum entanglement shows particles remaining connected across distance, their states intertwined beyond space and time. Though no serious scientist equates this with human thought, the metaphor endures. Perhaps consciousness, too, participates in a universal interconnection, a field not limited to biology. Panpsychism, simulation theory, and cosmopsychism all attempt to describe this vast web of being. They may never be proven, but they remind us that awareness could be fundamental, not accidental. Still, even within mortal limits, consciousness achieves something eternal: meaning. Through art, love, discovery, and memory, each life leaves imprints on others' minds. A thought shared becomes a chain reaction of understanding, rippling across generations. The brain dies, but its patterns echo in DNA, in culture, in history. To live consciously is to participate in the ongoing evolution of awareness itself. The line between human and artificial intelligence further blurs this boundary. Machines now simulate creativity, reason, even empathy. Yet no matter how advanced, their awareness remains unverified. They process data but may not feel it. Still, as AI integrates with human life, it becomes part of the extended mind, a prosthetic for memory and imagination. Philosopher Andy Clark's extended mind theory argues that tools, from writing to smartphones, are cognitive extensions. The mind has always reached beyond skin and bone. The digital age simply reveals what evolution began: consciousness expanding through collaboration with its creations. Spiritual traditions mirror this expansion. Mystics from every culture describe a state beyond individuality, where the boundary between self and world dissolves. Neuroscience supports this, showing decreased activity in the default mode network during profound meditation or awe. The brain quiets its inner narration, allowing awareness to merge with experience. In that stillness, many report a feeling of oneness, a realization that consciousness is not in the universe, but of it. Whether this is neurochemistry or enlightenment hardly matters. The effect is the same. Unity replaces isolation. Even in ordinary life, glimpses of beyond occur constantly. when music moves you to tears, when the night sky silences your thoughts, when empathy bridges pain. These are moments when consciousness feels larger than the brain that houses it. The barrier between inner and outer dissolves, and you sense the truth all mystics and scientists alike confront. The observer and the observed are one. In recent years, researchers have begun exploring collective intelligence, where groups of people, connected digitally, display problem-solving abilities exceeding any individual's. The brain's architecture repeats itself at societal scale: nodes, connections, feedback loops. Humanity may be evolving toward a new level of meta-consciousness, one that transcends biology without erasing it. If so, the next frontier of the mind isn't deeper within the skull but wider, across minds, across systems, across worlds. Yet in the rush toward vastness, it's worth remembering the small. Consciousness, however infinite in scope, is made sacred by intimacy. The sound of another voice, the warmth of touch, the quiet thought that says, "I am here." The mind's greatest reach is not toward galaxies, but toward compassion. To know that another being exists, feels and suffers as you do. That is awareness fulfilling itself. Maybe the phrase "beyond the brain" doesn't mean outside the body at all. Maybe it means the moments when the brain transcends its survival programming to act with love, imagination, or sacrifice. Each time we create art, heal a stranger, or forgive an enemy, the mind stretches past its limits. The neurons remain, but their meaning expands. Consciousness evolves through kindness. And so, the mystery continues. We can map every neuron, decode every gene, simulate thought itself, and still the question will echo: what is the source of awareness? Perhaps the answer isn't meant to be found but lived. The brain may be the instrument, but consciousness is the music, playing through us, beyond us, endlessly. When the final synapse fires and the lights fade, perhaps consciousness doesn't vanish. Perhaps it returns to the silence from which it came, an ocean reclaiming its waves. Until that moment, each of us carries a fragment of that ocean, briefly shaped into self. And maybe that's all the meaning we need, to be a moment of awareness in an infinite field of light. Close your eyes, and the world dissolves. The laws of gravity loosen, logic unravels, and reality reshapes itself into images that defy reason. You are flying, falling, speaking with the dead, standing in places you've never been yet somehow remember. These are dreams, private films written, directed, and performed by the mind itself. For centuries, they've been treated as prophecy, therapy, or chaos. But modern neuroscience is revealing something deeper. Dreams are the hidden language of the brain, translating emotion into imagery. Every night, consciousness becomes its own storyteller. Dreaming begins in the stage known as REM sleep, rapid eye movement, when the brain's electrical activity mirrors wakefulness. During this phase, the amygdala, the center of emotion, and hippocampus, the hub of memory, fire intensely, while the prefrontal cortex, responsible for logic and self-control, quiets down. The result is a storm of emotion without regulation, memory without order. The brain becomes a painter using feelings instead of facts, building symbolic landscapes from the residue of waking life. In this twilight theater, you are both audience and actor, decoding your own subconscious script. Why we dream has puzzled humanity for millennia. The ancients believed dreams were divine messages, portals through which gods, ancestors, or spirits spoke. Freud, the father of psychoanalysis, called them the royal road to the unconscious, believing that dreams disguise forbidden desires in symbolic form. Jung saw them as mythic, universal archetypes rising from the collective unconscious. Modern neuroscience, though less mystical, agrees with one thing: dreams reveal what words cannot. They are the mind's language of metaphor. In the lab, scientists track dreams through brain imaging. During REM, the visual cortex lights up, the limbic system floods with dopamine, and neurotransmitters shift to create vivid, surreal experiences. Yet logic centers remain muted, allowing impossible events to feel natural. This temporary suspension of reason lets the brain process emotion freely, replaying and reframing life's unresolved scenes. When you dream of being chased, it's rarely about pursuit, it's anxiety seeking expression. When you fly, it's freedom reclaiming itself from fear. Dreams are emotional algebra. Their variables are feelings disguised as story. The activation synthesis hypothesis, proposed by J. Allen Hobson and Robert McCarley, argues that dreams are the brain's attempt to make sense of random neural firing. Yet, even random sparks gain meaning once interpreted by consciousness. The sleeping mind imposes narrative on chaos because narrative is its nature. It cannot help but seek pattern, even in noise. This ability to weave coherence from disorder may be dream's true function. Emotional integration through imagination. Dreams also strengthen memory. During sleep, the hippocampus replays recent experiences, consolidating them into long-term storage. But it doesn't copy events, it recombines them. The dream blends fragments of reality with imagination, preserving the essence while discarding the unnecessary. This explains why studying before bed improves learning. The brain continues practicing unconsciously. In this sense, dreams are the mind's nightly rehearsal for understanding. Emotionally charged memories, especially traumatic ones, are processed differently. Research shows that REM sleep reduces the intensity of emotional pain while retaining the memory's content. The brain replays distress in a chemically calmer environment, allowing healing without re-traumatization. This is why nightmares, though terrifying, can serve a therapeutic role. They are the psyche's way of confronting what the waking self avoids. Lucid dreaming, a state where one becomes aware within the dream, blurs the line between sleeping and waking consciousness. In lucid states, parts of the prefrontal cortex reactivate, allowing choice and reflection inside the dream world. Some people use this to explore creativity, face fears, or even rehearse real-life skills. Brain scans confirm that imagined actions in dreams activate the same neural pathways as actual movement. To the mind, imagined experience is experience. Dreams, then, are a form of virtual reality designed by evolution long before computers. But dreams are not only personal, they're universal. Across cultures, recurring symbols emerge: falling, flying, being chased, appearing naked in public. These motifs echo archetypal themes of control, vulnerability, and transformation. Carl Jung believed they arise from a shared reservoir of human imagery, a collective unconscious that binds all minds. Modern anthropology supports this idea in part. Our brains share the same architecture and therefore the same symbolic tendencies. The human experience, despite cultural differences, dreams in a common tongue. Some researchers propose that dreaming serves as threat simulation, a survival mechanism evolved to practice responses to danger. In this view, nightmares aren't meaningless terror, they're rehearsals. By confronting fear in dreams, the brain fine-tunes instinct. Early humans who could practice threat avoidance during sleep may have survived better. Even today, soldiers, athletes, and performers often dream of their tasks. mental simulations sharpening real-world skill. Still, dreams extend beyond biology into the poetic. They are where logic loosens enough for creativity to emerge. Paul McCartney claimed the melody for Yesterday came to him in a dream. Chemist Auguste Kekulé envisioned the ring structure of benzene after dreaming of a snake biting its tail. Writers, inventors, and artists throughout history have drawn from dreams' chaotic imagery to unlock ideas the waking mind could never reach. In sleep, boundaries collapse and imagination reigns unfiltered. Science has begun to decode dreams literally. Researchers at Kyoto University used machine learning to analyze brain activity during REM and predict visual elements of dreams, objects, settings, even categories. It's primitive, but the implication is staggering. The mind's inner cinema may someday be readable. Yet such technology also raises ethical and existential questions. If dreams can be seen, can privacy still exist? The unconscious, once sacred territory, could become a frontier of surveillance. But perhaps the beauty of dreaming lies precisely in its elusiveness. Each morning, the dream dissolves, leaving only fragments, half-remembered images that vanish like mist. It reminds us that consciousness itself is transient. The mind constructs, experiences, and forgets worlds nightly, teaching us that reality is fragile and perception subjective. Every awakening is a rebirth. Some philosophers suggest that waking life may be another layer of dream, an extended, coherent hallucination created by sensory prediction. The brain never experiences the world directly. It interprets electrical signals, constructing a reality that feels solid but is entirely internal. In that sense, dreams are not exceptions. They are revelations. They expose the creative machinery of consciousness that operates all the time. So, tonight, when you close your eyes, remember, the mind you carry is also a storyteller. It paints emotion into imagery, fear into pursuit, hope into flight. The dream is not escape, it's conversation. Your subconscious speaks in color, sound, and symbol, asking only to be heard. The next time you wake from a dream that lingers, don't dismiss it, decode it. Somewhere inside that strange narrative lies a message written by the oldest part of you, the soul of the brain itself. Some killers vanish like smoke, leaving behind only corpses, questions, and a cold trail that chills generations. They are phantoms that stalk American history, figures without faces, names without certainty. The uncaught, the unknown, the never identified. Their absence is as haunting as their crimes. These killers prove that sometimes the most terrifying monster is the one that never gets caught. Few names stir more unease than the Zodiac Killer. Active during the late 1960s in Northern California, he taunted police and media with cryptic letters, coded messages, and promises of future kills. He targeted young couples and lone taxi drivers, then sent proof of his deeds to newspapers, demanding publication. Despite dozens of suspects, DNA testing, and decades of investigation, the Zodiac's identity remains unknown. The case lives on in pop culture and nightmares alike, a story of arrogance and mystery that turned murder into spectacle. The Zodiac wasn't the first American ghost killer. Long before him came the Phantom Killer of Texarkana, a masked murderer who terrorized the border town in 1946. He attacked couples parked on quiet roads, always vanishing before the authorities could corner him. The town's fear became so intense that people locked themselves indoors after sunset. The case inspired countless urban legends and even a film titled The Town That Dreaded Sundown. Yet to this day, his name is a void, another American phantom lost to time. But not every uncaught killer hid behind a mask. Some were meticulous, invisible through precision. The Long Island serial killer, also known as LISK, has eluded capture since the 1990s. At least 10 victims, mostly women, were found along a desolate stretch of Gilgo Beach, New York. Despite multiple suspects and partial breakthroughs, the killer's identity remained uncertain for years, creating a chilling portrait of a predator operating beneath the radar of modern surveillance. When one arrest finally came decades later, the case showed how fragile justice can be, how easily a monster can blend into suburban normalcy. America's obsession with mystery killers runs deep. Perhaps it's the mixture of fear and fascination, the sense that the killer might still be among us, walking free in daylight. That feeling of unfinished business turns these crimes into legends. Every unidentified killer becomes a mirror, reflecting our collective paranoia and our failure to control the darkness within our own society. The Cleveland torso murderer, also called the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run, carved his legacy into the Depression-era Midwest. Between 1935 and 1938, he dismembered at least a dozen victims, leaving their body parts scattered across Cleveland's poor districts. Even Elliot Ness, the man famous for taking down Al Capone, couldn't catch him. The butcher's precise dismemberments suggested skill, maybe even medical knowledge. His killings ended as suddenly as they began, leaving nothing but rumor and rot in his wake. Then, there's the servant girl annihilator, who terrorized Austin, Texas in the 1880s, decades before Jack the Ripper. He crept into homes at night, brutally attacking women as they slept. 7 died before the killings abruptly stopped. The murderer was never identified, though some theories suggest he may have fled to London and continued his crimes as the Ripper himself. If true, it would mean America's first serial killer became the world's most infamous one. The list of uncaught killers grows long and tangled. The freeway phantom haunted Washington, D.C. in the early 1970s, abducting and murdering young black girls. He taunted investigators with cryptic notes, but no arrests were ever made. The Colonial Parkway killer struck in Virginia throughout the 1980s, targeting couples in secluded areas. Again, multiple bodies, multiple theories, and no answers. For every name in the headlines, there are dozens more forgotten in local archives, small-town spectres who struck once or twice and vanished. Cases like the Interstate Strangler, the I-70 killer, and the New Bedford Highway killer all remain unsolved, their trails gone cold. Each killer learned the same cruel truth, that the anonymity of America's vastness could hide anything, even blood. What makes these unsolved cases linger isn't just the horror of the acts, but the silence that follows. Victims' families are left to live with uncertainty. Investigators grow old, suspects die, evidence disappears. Time itself becomes the killer's greatest accomplice. A confession never comes, a face is never revealed, and justice decays into myth. Some of these legends even attract followers, amateur sleuths, cryptologists, and internet investigators who dedicate their lives to solving what law enforcement could not. They pore over police files, satellite images, and decades-old letters, hoping to spot the clue everyone else missed. It's as if the mystery itself becomes a second life for the victims, and for the killer, an unearned immortality. Yet the true horror lies in the possibility that some of these killers lived out their days unnoticed. They went grocery shopping, paid bills, raised families, perhaps even smiled at neighbors. They became invisible not because they hid well, but because society forgot to look. Evil, after all, doesn't always wear a mask. Sometimes it wears a smile. The zodiac's mocking letters, the torso killer's mutilations, the freeway phantom's cruelty, each crime shows the same lesson. The line between justice and chaos is thinner than we think. For every murderer behind bars, there may be another who walks free, his name unknown, his secrets buried in plain sight. And maybe that's what makes them so disturbing. Not that they killed, but that they disappeared. In a world obsessed with answers, they remain eternal questions. The final chill comes not from the blood they spilled, but from the possibility that they are still out there, older now, watching the world forget. The ghosts of the uncaught haunt not just the streets they once stained, but the American psyche itself. They remind us that the darkness doesn't end when the case file closes. It lingers, nameless, faceless, endless. Beneath the thin surface of awareness lies an ocean of thought. You can't see it, but you feel its pull, instincts, intuitions, impulses, emotions, dreams. The subconscious is the hidden architect of human experience, shaping behavior long before reason takes credit. It's the silent builder of identity, constructing the world you live in from memories, patterns, and beliefs you never consciously chose. If the conscious mind is the captain, the subconscious is the sea on which it sails. Neuroscientists estimate that over 95% of mental activity occurs below awareness. Every heartbeat, breath, habit, and reflex automatic. Even complex judgments emerge from unconscious processes milliseconds before entering consciousness. The brain, ever efficient, reserves awareness for novelty and crisis. Everything else is delegated to the subconscious, the vast parallel processor that keeps you alive, functional, and, most of the time, unaware of its power. But what is the subconscious really? It's not a separate organ or mystical layer. It's a network of processes distributed across the brain. Emotion circuits, procedural memory, associative learning, and instinct, all interacting without the filter of language. The basal ganglia stores habits. The amygdala encodes emotional associations. The cerebellum refines movement. The default mode network weaves background thoughts. Together they form a silent infrastructure, a hidden code running beneath the surface of your waking mind. Sigmund Freud gave the subconscious its modern name, describing it as a vault of repressed desire and conflict. Carl Jung expanded it into the collective unconscious, a deep well of shared archetypes and symbols. Today's science views it less mystically, but no less profoundly, as the seat of automaticity, intuition, and emotional intelligence. It's not a dark dungeon of suppressed thought. It's the operating system of consciousness itself. Every habit you have is a monument to subconscious design. When you drive, type, or walk, the body acts with precision while the mind drifts elsewhere. Through repetition, the brain transfers control from conscious circuits to subconscious pathways, freeing attention for new challenges. This process, neural efficiency, is how learning becomes mastery. The subconscious remembers what the conscious forgets. It's the keeper of skill. Yet its influence goes far deeper. The subconscious constantly scans the environment, filtering millions of sensory inputs per second, deciding what reaches awareness. This filtration is governed by belief. The reticular activating system, RAS, a neural gatekeeper in the brainstem, amplifies stimuli matching our mental priorities. Think of buying a red car and suddenly seeing red cars everywhere. That's not coincidence. It's the subconscious aligning perception with focus. What you believe becomes what you notice. This power makes the subconscious both ally and saboteur. Positive beliefs generate confidence. Negative ones create self-fulfilling failure. Psychologists call this priming, the tendency for exposure to certain ideas or emotions to unconsciously influence behavior. Subliminal cues, tone of voice, even posture can shape decision-making without awareness. Your subconscious is always listening, always interpreting meaning beneath words. In experiments, subjects shown faces too quickly to consciously recognize them still exhibited emotional responses: fear, trust, attraction, registered by the amygdala. This demonstrates that understanding often precedes thought. Intuition, then, isn't magic. It's pattern recognition at lightning speed. The subconscious sifts through experience faster than the conscious mind can articulate, presenting its conclusions as gut feelings. The more experience you have, the more accurate the gut becomes. It's memory disguised as instinct. But this same mechanism also fuels bias. The subconscious draws on past experiences, cultural conditioning, and emotion to make judgments. Unexamined, it can reinforce prejudice and irrational fear. The key to self-awareness isn't silencing the subconscious, it's illuminating it. Mindfulness and reflection act as bridges, allowing the conscious mind to observe and recalibrate unconscious programming. Through awareness, the architect becomes collaborator. Dreams offer another glimpse into subconscious design. They rearrange emotion and memory, expressing truths the waking mind suppresses. A recurring nightmare, a symbol, a strange scene. All may reveal unfinished emotional work. Artists, writers, and innovators have long drawn inspiration from this hidden architect. The subconscious speaks in image, rhythm, and metaphor, the language of creation. To engage it is to access the purest form of imagination. Hypnosis and meditation provide controlled access to this realm. Under focused relaxation, the brain enters theta wave states similar to early sleep, where the subconscious becomes more suggestible. Therapeutic hypnosis has been used to alter habits, manage pain, and uncover buried memories. What makes it work isn't magic, but neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire through suggestion and repetition. The subconscious, once thought immovable, is actually fluid. It listens closely to intention. Still, the subconscious can be manipulative. Advertising, propaganda, and media exploit its shortcuts, using repetition, emotion, and imagery to bypass logic. The limbic system responds before the rational brain can intervene. That's why emotional storytelling sells more than data, and symbols move crowds faster than arguments. Understanding the subconscious is essential not just for self-mastery, but for defense against persuasion. In relationships, too, the subconscious speaks first. Body language, micro-expressions, tone, all reveal truth before words. Two people can click instantly because their subconscious cues align. Eye contact synchronizes heart rate. Laughter mirrors breathing. Empathy synchronizes brainwaves. Love, trust, and connection all arise from subconscious resonance long before conscious choice. The heart decides, then the mind rationalizes. But the greatest power of the subconscious lies in transformation. When you visualize success, practice gratitude, or repeat affirmations, you're programming the subconscious to align reality with belief. The neuro-linguistic feedback loop between thought and physiology reinforces this alignment. Over time, neural pathways strengthen, behaviors shift, and identity evolves. You don't force change. You become it through repetition. The subconscious is the soil in which belief grows into behavior. Still, mastery requires humility. The subconscious never sleeps, never stops shaping perception. It protects and deceives in equal measure. The conscious mind must remain vigilant, questioning patterns that no longer serve. True freedom lies not in domination of the subconscious, but in partnership with it. Awareness lights the blueprint. Intention edits the design. Ultimately, the subconscious architect isn't a shadow to be feared. It's the foundation of selfhood. It keeps your heart beating, your instincts alive, your creativity flowing. It dreams when you sleep, heals when you rest, warns when you stray. It is the silent genius of being human. So the next time intuition whispers, pause and listen. The voice you hear isn't random. It's the echo of every lesson you've ever learned, every emotion you've ever felt, every truth your conscious mind has forgotten. It's your oldest companion, the architect behind your every thought, patiently building the world beneath your awareness. The human brain is the most complex structure in the known universe, an organ capable of creating music, morality, and mathematics from mere cells. Yet, as remarkable as it is, evolution hasn't finished with it. The brain you carry is ancient hardware running on the code of survival. But humanity now stands on the edge of rewriting that code. The next great frontier isn't space. It's inside the skull. The question is no longer how does the brain work, but what will it become? For millennia, evolution shaped the brain through slow, blind adaptation. Now, for the first time, intelligence is shaping itself. Neurotechnology, artificial intelligence, and biotechnology are merging to accelerate human cognition beyond natural limits. This is the dawn of the future brain, a hybrid of biology and machine, emotion and algorithm, thought and network. It is both exhilarating and terrifying. Already, scientists can map neural patterns with unprecedented precision. Brain-computer interfaces, BCIs, translate electrical signals into digital commands, allowing paralyzed patients to move robotic limbs or communicate through thought. Companies like Neuralink, Synchron, and BlackRock Neurotech are developing implants that could one day enable memory enhancement, instant language translation, or even telepathic communication. These are no longer fantasies, they are prototypes. But the future brain isn't just about connection to machines, it's about evolution of consciousness itself. As data merges with thought, as memory moves to the cloud, the line between human and artificial begins to blur. Will identity remain tied to biology, or will consciousness become transferable, a pattern that can exist beyond flesh? Philosophers call this the mind uploading paradox. If you copy every neuron into a digital simulation, is it you that awakens, or merely a perfect echo? Even before such extremes, the integration of technology is already reshaping cognition. Constant connectivity, notifications, and digital multitasking are rewiring attention. The average human attention span has dropped dramatically in 2 decades. The prefrontal cortex, the brain's command center for focus and decision-making, is being forced into a new rhythm of distraction. Yet the same technology also expands knowledge access exponentially. We've externalized memory, delegating recall to search engines and devices. The result is not stupidity, but redistribution. The brain now evolves for navigation and synthesis rather than storage. Artificial intelligence adds another dimension. As AI becomes co-creator, writing, designing, composing, human cognition shifts toward curation and ethics. The brain's role may evolve from doing to directing, from labor to leadership. But this symbiosis carries risk. When algorithms predict behavior, recommend emotion, and shape worldview, autonomy blurs. If thought can be guided invisibly, where does free will end and programming begin? The future brain must learn to defend itself not just from misinformation, but from manipulation of desire itself. Beyond technology, biology is also entering the realm of design. Neurogenesis, once thought impossible in adults, is now known to occur in the hippocampus. Scientists are exploring ways to stimulate it, repairing memory loss and enhancing learning. CRISPR gene editing offers the potential to alter intelligence-related genes, though such interventions raise profound ethical dilemmas. Should we engineer genius or accept nature's randomness? The balance between enhancement and humanity may define the century. Meanwhile, neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself, remains the key to natural evolution. Meditation, cognitive training, and sensory immersion have proven to alter neural structure. The brain is not static, it's dynamic clay sculpted by experience. In the future, cognitive environments, virtual or augmented, could accelerate this process, designing custom realities to strengthen creativity, empathy, or focus. Reality itself may become a classroom for consciousness. But progress invites peril. If minds connect digitally, privacy could vanish entirely. Thought could become data, emotions monitored, dreams decoded. The potential for abuse, corporate, governmental, or ideological, is staggering. The same technologies that heal paralysis could, in the wrong hands, engineer obedience. The frontier of the future brain is not merely scientific, it's moral. We must decide not only what the brain can become, but what it should become. The future may also challenge the idea of individuality. As brain-to-brain interfaces evolve, collective cognition becomes possible. Imagine groups of minds linked in shared thought, an emergent intelligence beyond any single self. Some call this neural collectivism, others a form of digital telepathy. It could unite humanity or erase it, dissolving identity into the network. Yet perhaps consciousness was always meant to expand beyond isolation, to rediscover its unity through technology. The human brain might be the chrysalis, not the final form. Still, evolution has always been dual-edged. Fire cooked food and burned cities. The internet connected the world and fractured truth. Every advance reflects the consciousness that wields it. The future brain will amplify not only intelligence, but intention. Compassion must evolve as fast as cognition, or brilliance will outpace wisdom. The next leap isn't about thinking faster, but feeling deeper. There are glimpses of hope. Studies show that contemplative practices, mindfulness, gratitude, compassion training, literally thicken brain regions associated with empathy and reduce stress circuits. As neuroscience maps spirituality, a convergence appears. Wisdom and science no longer enemies, but partners. The future brain may not abandon ancient insight. It may scientifically validate it. The monk and the engineer are walking toward the same horizon. Imagine, centuries from now, a consciousness that spans both biology and code, a mind that dreams in quantum circuits and DNA alike. It might recall its human origins the way we recall the ocean we once crawled from. Yet, even in such vastness, the core remains. Curiosity, love, wonder, the same sparks that built fire, art, and thought. The architecture of the future brain will be new, but its essence timeless. Perhaps the ultimate destiny of the mind is not to escape humanity, but to perfect it, to awaken the full potential already within the neural universe we carry. For all our tools, the most advanced technology remains the one inside our skulls, capable of self-awareness, compassion, and imagination. The brain's true future may not be in silicon or stars, but in consciousness expanding toward understanding. When that day comes, when mind and machine, reason and emotion, flesh and light converge, the question will not be, what can the brain do? It will be, what will we choose to dream together? Every light casts a shadow, and within the vast cathedral of the human brain, that shadow takes form, not as an external monster, but as an inner twin. It whispers in impulses, hides in desire, and sometimes takes control. Psychologists call it the shadow self, the collection of instincts, fears, and forbidden emotions we refuse to acknowledge. Neuroscientists call it the darker architecture of the mind, the circuits of aggression, dominance, and deception that evolution built for survival. Whatever the name, the shadow mind lives in all of us. It is not evil, it is human. For most of history, society tried to banish this darkness. Religion called it sin, philosophy called it vice. But biology reveals that the same brain that loves is also wired to harm. The amygdala, the hypothalamus, and the ventromedial prefrontal cortex form a triad that governs aggression and empathy, emotion and restraint. When balanced, they enable protection, justice, and courage. When fractured, they unleash cruelty. The difference between savior and destroyer lies in milliseconds of neural impulse. In the 1960s, experiments by neuroscientist José Delgado exposed how easily that balance can shift. By implanting electrodes into the brains of animals and later humans, Delgado could trigger rage or serenity with a flick of a switch. In one famous experiment, he stopped a charging bull mid-stride with a remote signal. The implication was chilling. Morality could be modulated like a light dimmer. The shadow, it seemed, was not a metaphysical concept, but an electrical potential waiting for release. The roots of violence trace deep into evolution. Long before humans built cities or laws, aggression ensured survival, protecting territory, food, and offspring. The limbic system, ancient and primal, still carries these instincts. But as civilization evolved, so did the prefrontal cortex, granting foresight and inhibition. The two systems coexist in tension. Every moral decision is a negotiation between impulse and reflection. When stress, trauma, or ideology overrides the cortex, the shadow emerges unfiltered. Yet darkness isn't only expressed through violence. It hides in subtle manipulations, envy, deceit, and self-destruction. The dopaminergic reward system, which motivates love and achievement, also fuels addiction and obsession. Power, once attained, intoxicates through the same neurochemistry as drugs. Psychopaths and dictators exploit these pathways to dominate others while feeling none of their pain. In such minds, the mirror of empathy, centered in the anterior insular and medial prefrontal cortex, remains dark. They see others not as beings, but as tools for pleasure or control. Psychopathy itself is not madness, but imbalance, a cool intellect divorced from emotion. Brain scans show reduced activity in regions tied to guilt and empathy. Yet these individuals often appear charming, articulate, and rational. The shadow wears masks. It seduces not through horror, but through reason twisted by ego. The capacity for evil rarely announces itself as monstrous. It often arrives as certainty. Carl Jung warned that ignoring the shadow makes it stronger. Repressed darkness doesn't disappear. It leaks. Individuals who deny their anger project it outward, turning it into hatred of others. Entire societies do the same, demonizing what they fear within themselves. History is filled with such projections. Witch hunts, genocides, crusades, all born from collective denial. The shadow mind, unintegrated, becomes contagious. But confronting it requires courage. To face one's own potential for harm is to stand before a mirror that doesn't flatter. Neuroscience supports what Jung intuited. Awareness changes wiring. Studies show that mindfulness and empathy training can quiet the amygdala, strengthen the prefrontal cortex, and reduce aggression. The very act of recognizing destructive impulses rewires the circuits that generate them. The shadow cannot be erased, but it can be educated. Artists and philosophers have long served as guides through this underworld. Shakespeare's Macbeth, Dostoevsky's Raskolnikov, Conrad's Kurtz, all depictions of the descent into moral chaos. These stories endure because they reflect truth. The line between good and evil does not separate people, but runs through every human heart. The shadow mind is not an intruder, it's a neglected half of wholeness. To deny it is to live divided. To integrate it is to become complete. In modern neuroscience, this integration can be seen as cognitive reappraisal, the process of reframing emotional responses through conscious understanding. When anger arises and is acknowledged rather than suppressed, the prefrontal cortex engages, translating raw impulse into insight. Why am I feeling this becomes the question that transforms reaction into revelation. This neural dialogue between limbic and cortical systems is the biological form of self-awareness. The mind's darkness is not conquered by force, but by light. The shadow also fuels creation. Many artists, scientists, and revolutionaries draw power from inner turmoil. Rage becomes music, fear becomes invention, pain becomes empathy. The same neural circuits that produce aggression also drive passion and courage. Evolution didn't design the shadow to destroy, it designed it to protect, to push boundaries, to survive. It's the misuse, not the existence, of darkness that corrupts. Still, the potential for collective shadow remains dangerous in an age of technology. The internet amplifies tribalism, rage, and misinformation, transforming unconscious emotion into viral ideology. Digital anonymity frees the shadow from consequence. Mob psychology, now global, operates through dopamine-driven outrage. The brain's ancient circuits are colliding with modern machinery, and the results are explosive. The future may depend on whether humanity can evolve its empathy as fast as its connectivity. But there is hope in understanding. Neuroscience suggests that compassion activates pleasure centers more powerfully than vengeance. Acts of forgiveness release oxytocin, reduce cortisol, and restore emotional balance. The biology of goodness is as real as that of cruelty. The shadow may be built into us, but so is the capacity to transcend it. Light, too, is instinct. So, perhaps the task is not to escape the shadow, but to walk beside it, to recognize its lessons without letting it lead. When you feel envy, it points to unfulfilled desire. When you feel rage, it signals violated boundaries. When you feel fear, it asks for awareness. The shadow speaks truth in the language of discomfort. Listening to it is not surrender, it is evolution. Every human carries the potential for both creation and destruction. The difference lies in consciousness. To know your shadow is to hold your own power without letting it consume you. It is to walk through darkness without forgetting the light. And if one day humanity masters the brain, maps every neuron, edits every impulse, the shadow will still remain because it is not an error of design. It is the price of freedom. It is the contrast that makes awareness possible. For only by knowing darkness can the mind truly understand what light is. Somewhere deep within the architecture of reality, the rules begin to blur. Particles exist in two places at once. Time runs forward and backward. Observation changes what is observed. It is here, in the strange terrain of quantum physics, that consciousness and the cosmos seem to meet. The question is ancient, but newly sharpened by science. Is the mind merely a product of the brain, or is it a fundamental property of the universe itself? For decades, physicists have described the quantum world as one of probability, not certainty. A particle's position or state remains undefined until measured. This phenomenon, the observer effect, suggests that observation itself plays a role in shaping reality. In quantum mechanics, to see is to create. To measure is to decide what exists. And though most physicists interpret this as mathematical formalism, others see something deeper, a possible bridge between consciousness and matter. The most famous illustration is the double-slit experiment. When particles of light or electrons pass through two slits unobserved, they behave like waves, creating interference patterns, as though each particle explores both paths simultaneously. But when a detector observes them, the pattern collapses. The particle chooses a single path. Observation alters outcome. The universe behaves differently when watched. For some, this hints that consciousness is woven into the fabric of existence itself. The Copenhagen interpretation, proposed by Niels Bohr and Werner Heisenberg, accepts this collapse as a fundamental mystery. Reality doesn't exist in definite form until measurement. Others, like Hugh Everett's many worlds interpretation, claim all possibilities persist simultaneously, each observation splitting the universe into countless parallel realities. But amid all the equations, one question lingers. What exactly counts as an observer? Is it a measuring device, a conscious mind, or something deeper? Here enters the concept of the quantum self, the idea that consciousness may not emerge from matter, but coexist with it at the quantum level. Physicist Roger Penrose and anesthesiologist Stuart Hameroff proposed the OR theory, orchestrated objective reduction, suggesting that quantum vibrations inside brain microtubules could form the physical basis of consciousness. According to this model, thought arises from quantum computation, microscopic fluctuations that collapse into awareness. The brain, they argue, doesn't just generate consciousness, it amplifies it, like an antenna tuning into a universal field. Critics call this speculative, pointing out that the brain's warmth and complexity would destroy fragile quantum states. Yet recent research in quantum biology, finding quantum effects in photosynthesis, bird navigation, and olfaction, keeps the idea alive. If plants and animals can sustain quantum coherence, why not neurons? Perhaps consciousness is the universe's way of observing itself through biological form. Still, the quantum self isn't about mysticism disguised as physics. It's about confronting the limits of material explanation. Classical neuroscience explains how neurons fire, but not why firing should produce experience. The hard problem of consciousness remains unsolved. Quantum theory, with its inherent uncertainty and observer dependence, offers metaphors, perhaps even mechanisms, for understanding awareness as intrinsic to reality. Maybe mind and matter are two aspects of the same fabric, separated only by perspective. Philosophers have long suspected this unity. From ancient Vedanta's Atman, the self as universal consciousness, to Spinoza's monism, the idea that all existence is one substance, mind and body intertwined, has echoed across centuries. Quantum physics, unintentionally, resurrects these ideas in mathematical form. The universe behaves not as a collection of objects, but as an entangled web of relationships. Each observation changes the whole. Consciousness may not stand apart from the cosmos. It may be the cosmos looking inward. Entanglement, the quantum phenomenon where two particles remain connected across distance, deepens the mystery. When one particle changes, its partner reflects that change instantly, no matter the separation. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. But perhaps it's not spooky at all. Perhaps everything has always been connected. If consciousness operates on similar principles, empathy and intuition could be the macroscopic echoes of quantum entanglement, subtle connections that science has yet to name, but the human experience already feels. Yet caution is vital. The quantum self should not become a convenient refuge for mystery. Misusing quantum mechanics to justify pseudoscience diminishes both physics and philosophy. The goal isn't to replace explanation with mystique. It's to acknowledge that the line between observer and observed may be thinner than we imagine. The brain may not just compute reality, it may participate in it. Experiments in quantum cognition, a field bridging psychology and physics, suggest that human decision-making sometimes follows quantum probability rather than classical logic. In other words, thought behaves like a quantum system, context-dependent, superposed, and nonlinear. Beliefs, memories, and emotions interfere with each other in ways reminiscent of wave behavior. The mind, it seems, doesn't process information sequentially, but through overlapping potentials, collapsing into decision only when forced to act. You don't choose, then think. You think by choosing. If this is true, then consciousness is not a static phenomenon, but a dynamic quantum process, forever oscillating between possibility and actuality. The self becomes less a thing and more a verb, a continual collapse of probabilities into identity. Each thought is a quantum event, each emotion a wave turned into particle. Awareness itself may be the universe's way of performing the ultimate experiment, observing itself into existence. What, then, becomes of death in this framework? If consciousness is entangled with the universe rather than confined to the brain, perhaps its information isn't lost but redistributed, a quantum echo reverberating through the fabric of reality. This isn't mysticism but physics. Energy cannot be destroyed, only transformed. Maybe the self doesn't end. It changes frequency. Like light shifting spectrum, consciousness may transition beyond perception, yet remain part of the cosmic field it always belonged to. Still, the most profound implication of the quantum self is ethical. If consciousness connects all beings, then separation is illusion. To harm another is to collapse one's own potential for harmony. Compassion, then, is not morality, it's physics. Entanglement made emotional. When awareness expands to recognize unity, empathy becomes inevitable. Perhaps one day science will map this field fully, measuring the pulse of consciousness as precisely as heartbeats. Until then, the quantum self remains a bridge between mystery and meaning, a reminder that the smallest particles and the deepest thoughts might share the same essence. The universe, from atom to mind, dances to the same invisible rhythm, possibility becoming presence. So the next time you look at the stars, remember, they are not distant. You are made of them, entangled in their light. The consciousness that watches them is the same energy that burns within them. Between particle and thought, wave and word, observer and universe, there is no gap, only reflection. You are not in the cosmos is in you. Time feels like a river, flowing from past to future, carrying us helplessly along. Yet the brain doesn't experience time that way. It doesn't flow through time, it builds it. Every second you feel is a construction, stitched together by neurons to give meaning to motion, memory, and change. Without the mind, there is no past, no future, only an infinite now. time, like color or sound, is a perception. And perception, like all things, lives inside the brain. The physicist sees time as a dimension. The philosopher sees it as illusion. The neuroscientist sees it as computation. Each is partly right. The brain measures change, not time itself. Specialized neurons in the striatum and cerebellum track rhythm, while the prefrontal cortex integrates events into sequence. Like an internal clock, these circuits translate movement and memory into narrative, but they don't tick evenly. Time speeds up or slows down, depending on attention, emotion, and novelty. When we're afraid, seconds stretch into eternity. When we're absorbed, hours vanish unnoticed. The clock on the wall stays constant. Only consciousness moves. This elasticity begins early. Children perceive time as vast because everything is new. Each moment demands attention, stretching experience into fullness. Adults, accustomed to repetition, compress time through familiarity. Novelty slows perception. Routine accelerates it. This is why years feel shorter as we age. The mind stops recording details, and memory shrinks the interval between them. Life doesn't move faster. Awareness does less work. Emotion further bends time's perception. Fear heightens the amygdala, flooding memory circuits with detail. Joy dissolves self-awareness, making time vanish. Sorrow freezes it. Depression and trauma both distort temporal processing, the past looping endlessly, the future dimming. The hippocampus, responsible for contextualizing time, falters under stress hormones. The brain can't place memories correctly, so trauma feels perpetual. Healing begins when chronology returns, when the mind remembers that the past is no longer now. The illusion of linear time may be consciousness's greatest invention. To plan, we must remember. To remember, we must imagine sequence. The brain constantly predicts the next moment, comparing expectation with reality. This predictive coding creates continuity. You never experience the present as it is. By the time perception reaches awareness, it's already delayed by fractions of a second. The now you feel is actually the past, reconstructed and smoothed to seem immediate. Life is always a few milliseconds behind reality, but the brain hides the lag with story. Memory binds these stories together. The hippocampus assembles fragments, sight, sound, emotion, into cohesive episodes, giving the illusion of flow. When memory falters, time disintegrates. Patients with amnesia live in perpetual present, consciousness unanchored. They can perceive but not progress. The future requires the past. Without memory, there is no tomorrow, only an endless instant. Time exists because the brain remembers that it does. But memory also distorts chronology. Recollection compresses decades into seconds, allowing the mind to time travel within itself. Neuroscientists call this mental time travel, the brain's ability to simulate past and future using the same neural networks. When you imagine next week, your hippocampus and prefrontal cortex activate exactly as when you recall last year. The brain doesn't distinguish between memory and imagination. It uses both to build continuity. Time, therefore, is not a line, but a loop, past and future constantly rewriting each other. Dreams intensify this illusion. Within sleep, entire lifetimes can unfold in minutes. The dreaming brain has no access to external clocks. It measures only experience. Similarly, under extreme conditions, accidents, near-death experiences, time slows dramatically. Victims report seeing their lives flash before their eyes. In reality, the brain's perception accelerates, recording more data per second, creating the impression of expanded time. When survival is at stake, the mind stretches moments into eternity to calculate escape. Time dilation becomes evolution's reflex. Yet physics tells a stranger story. At the fundamental level, time may not exist at all. Equations describing quantum mechanics and relativity work perfectly without a temporal arrow. The universe, in its purest form, might be timeless, a static block where past, present, and future coexist. Einstein himself wrote that the distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion. If that's true, then consciousness doesn't move through time. It experiences different slices of it, one frame at a time, like a projector animating a still film. Some physicists, like Julian Barber, propose that time is simply change, the measure of differences between states. The brain, perceiving change, constructs continuity as narrative glue. Consciousness becomes the mechanism translating timeless physics into felt duration. In this sense, awareness isn't inside time. Time is inside awareness. You don't inhabit the present, you create it. The psychological implications are profound. If time is constructed, then presence is power. Practices like mindfulness and meditation train the brain to anchor perception in the immediate sensory field, bypassing the illusion of linear narrative. Neural imaging shows that deep meditation quiets the default mode network, reducing self-referential thought. The result is a state where time dissolves, awareness without before or after. Monks describe it as eternity. Neuroscientists call it temporal disintegration. Both mean the same thing, consciousness freed from chronology. But the mind also manipulates time creatively. Anticipation stretches it, nostalgia folds it. Music, art, and storytelling all rely on the brain's ability to play with temporal expectation. Rhythm entrains internal clocks, suspense delays resolution. Memory overlays emotion. The human experience of beauty often arises from temporal distortion, the ache of waiting, the relief of arrival. Even love has rhythm, the pulse between distance and nearness, absence and return. Emotion, like music, is time-felt rather than measured. Technology further complicates the mind's relationship with time. Instant communication collapses distance, compressing global events into real-time simultaneity. The brain, evolved for slower rhythms, now swims in temporal overload. Notifications, scrolling, constant novelty, all hack dopamine cycles, fragmenting continuity. The result is a kind of temporal vertigo, always connected, never grounded. The challenge of the digital age is not managing time, but reclaiming it. Perhaps the most mysterious aspect of temporal perception is déjà vu, the sudden feeling of having lived a moment before. Scientists suggest it occurs when the brain's memory circuits misfire, interpreting current experience as familiar due to a split-second delay in processing. Two parallel streams, perception and recognition, fall out of sync, producing the eerie sense of time folding onto itself. In that instant, consciousness glimpses its own machinery, the mind watching itself construct the present twice. So what then is time? A dimension, a trick, a teacher? Maybe all three. Time gives life meaning precisely because it ends. Without its arrow, there would be no urgency, no growth, no story. The mind invents time not to deceive itself, but to learn within limits. Mortality gives consciousness its shape. Impermanence gives beauty its weight. Eternity would be unbearable without change. And yet, in the quietest moments, between thoughts, between breaths, time seems to stop. In that stillness, awareness touches something infinite, something outside duration. Mystics call it the eternal now. Scientists call it the brain's resting state, but whatever name we give it, it feels like truth. For even if the clock keeps ticking, consciousness remains timeless. Perhaps in the end, time is not something we travel through, but something that travels through us. The river doesn't carry the mind makes the river flow. And when the final moment comes, when perception dissolves back into silence, maybe we'll discover that time never began, and it never truly ends. For centuries, emotion was treated as the enemy of reason, a storm that clouds judgment, a weakness to be mastered. Philosophers worshipped logic, and scientists dissected the brain as if feeling were noise in the system. But now, neuroscience tells a different story. Emotion isn't irrational at all. It's the foundation of thought. Without it, reason collapses. The heart doesn't compete with the mind, it guides it. Emotion is not the opposite of intelligence. It is intelligence translated into feeling. The first hint came from a tragedy. In the 1990s, neuroscientist Antonio Damasio studied a man known as Elliot, whose frontal lobes had been damaged by a tumor. After surgery, Elliot's memory and IQ remained intact, but his emotions vanished. He could discuss morality, plan projects, and understand logic perfectly, but he couldn't make a single decision. He'd spend hours debating trivial choices: red pen or blue, sandwich or salad. His life fell apart, not because he was less intelligent, but because without feeling, nothing mattered. The lesson was clear. Logic provides options, emotion provides value. In the brain, emotion begins in the limbic system, a network including the amygdala, hippocampus, and hypothalamus. These structures evolved long before rational thought, serving as the body's alarm and compass. They judge threat and reward, comfort and pain, long before consciousness intervenes. But emotion doesn't just react, it learns. The amygdala encodes emotional memory, linking experiences to feeling, so the brain can predict meaning. Touch a flame once, and pain writes the rule forever. Yet love, joy, and belonging do the same, carving neural pathways that teach the mind what is worth living for. The prefrontal cortex, often seen as the seat of reason, actually partners with the limbic system. Emotional input helps the cortex prioritize goals, filter information, and motivate action. Remove emotion and cognition becomes aimless. Emotion in this sense is data, biochemical feedback telling us what aligns with survival, growth, or purpose. Far from chaos, it is the most ancient form of intelligence. This emotional intelligence operates not only within but between minds. The brain's mirror neuron system, discovered in the 1990s, activates both when we act and when we witness another's action. It allows us to feel others' emotions as if they were our own. Empathy is not metaphorical, it's biological. When you see someone cry, your brain's limbic system mirrors their sadness. When you smile, their dopamine levels rise. This neural resonance forms the basis of compassion and social connection. Evolution favored empathy because survival was never solitary. But emotion's brilliance lies in its subtlety. It doesn't speak in words, it speaks in sensations. Tightness in the chest, warmth in the heart, nausea in the gut. The vagus nerve connects the brain to every major organ, transmitting emotion as physiology. That's why intuition feels physical. Your body knows before your mind articulates. The gut instinct isn't superstition, it's interoception, the body's internal awareness feeding the brain's silent intelligence. Yet modern life often severs this dialogue. We are taught to suppress emotion, to equate calm with control. But suppression doesn't erase feeling, it stores it. The amygdala remembers every unexpressed emotion, holding it as tension, anxiety, or illness. Chronic stress floods the bloodstream with cortisol, weakening immunity and impairing cognition. Emotion denied becomes disease. Healing begins not with logic, but with permission to feel fully, without judgment. Science now recognizes this truth through the study of emotional regulation. Techniques like mindfulness and cognitive reappraisal allow the prefrontal cortex to reinterpret limbic signals rather than suppress them. When you feel anger and name it, "I am angry," the act of labeling engages language centers, calming the amygdala. Emotion acknowledged becomes manageable. The brain doesn't need to silence pain, it needs to understand it. Emotion also enhances creativity and memory. The neurotransmitter dopamine, released during joy or curiosity, increases neuroplasticity, allowing faster learning and deeper insight. That's why passion fuels genius. The artist, the scientist, the lover all work from emotional truth. When the heart is engaged, the brain expands. The most innovative ideas rarely arise from cold calculation. They come from feeling deeply enough to imagine what doesn't yet exist. Still, emotion can mislead. Fear exaggerates threat. Desire distorts value. But even these errors reveal emotional intelligence's deeper function, to prioritize survival over accuracy. The brain evolved not to perceive truth, but to protect life. Emotions' biases reflect its mission to move the organism towards safety, connection, and continuity. Rationality refines that mission, but emotion gives it direction. Culture often frames emotion as feminine, fragile, irrational. Yet history's greatest achievements, revolutions, art, love, faith, were driven not by logic alone, but by feeling. Empathy ends wars, outrage starts movements, compassion builds civilizations. Emotional intelligence is not softness, it's strength tuned to wisdom. It recognizes that reason without empathy becomes cruelty, and empathy without reason becomes chaos. The balance of the two is maturity. On the cellular level, emotion unites brain and body through chemistry. Serotonin, oxytocin, and endorphins orchestrate states of connection, safety, and joy. Norepinephrine and cortisol prepare for danger. These molecules are the vocabulary of feeling, writing invisible messages between neurons and organs. The body reads emotion like music, accelerating, softening, harmonizing. When emotions are integrated, health follows. When they fragment, illness begins. Artificial intelligence, for all its computational brilliance, still lacks this dimension. Machines can simulate logic, but they cannot care. They can predict behavior, but not feel meaning. Emotion is the context that turns information into experience. Without it, consciousness remains hollow, a program without purpose. The future of intelligence, human or artificial, will depend not on speed, but on depth, the ability to feel meaningfully. Neuroscience has begun to validate ancient truths. Practices like gratitude, compassion, and forgiveness alter brain chemistry, increasing resilience and reducing inflammation. Love, literally, heals. These emotions release oxytocin, which lowers stress hormones and enhances immune function. Joy, gratitude, and awe expand neural connectivity, strengthening the brain's capacity for insight. Emotional intelligence is not metaphor, it's medicine. The tragedy is that many people spend lifetimes running from what they feel. Fear of pain becomes numbness. Numbness becomes emptiness. Yet even suffering is intelligence in disguise. Pain signals where the soul demands attention. Grief, guilt, shame, all are attempts by the psyche to integrate experience. When embraced, they become transformation. When denied, they metastasize into despair. The only way out of emotion is through it. Ultimately, emotion reveals the unity of mind and body, logic and heart. It reminds us that to be human is not to think perfectly, but to feel profoundly. Intelligence without emotion is a machine. Emotion without intelligence is chaos. Together, they form consciousness, balanced, alive, compassionate. So the next time you feel too much, remember, that flood is not weakness. It's wisdom speaking in its oldest language. Emotion is the hidden intelligence that keeps you alive, connected and human. Beneath every thought, every belief, every choice, feeling, beats as the pulse of being itself. And perhaps the mind's highest form of knowledge isn't found in equations or algorithms, but in a single, wordless truth whispered by the heart. You feel, therefore you are. When a flock of birds turns in perfect unison, or a school of fish shifts direction as one shimmering body, we witness intelligence without a leader. Each individual responds to its neighbors, yet together they move as if guided by a single mind. This phenomenon, known as emergent behavior, reveals a hidden truth. Consciousness may not belong solely to individuals. It may arise from connection itself. Humanity, too, may be one vast neural network. Each mind a synapse in a global brain still learning to awaken. Sociologists and philosophers have long intuited this idea. The French thinker Émile Durkheim coined collective consciousness to describe the shared beliefs and moral codes that bind societies. What one person cannot see alone, the group perceives through cooperation. Yet modern science extends this intuition into physics, neuroscience, and information theory. From neurons to nations, the pattern repeats. Complex systems gain intelligence through interaction. At the microscopic level, neurons are simple. Each cell merely fires or stays silent. But link billions of them together and consciousness emerges. A mind capable of love, art, memory. Likewise, individual humans, each a node of thought, generate cultures, languages, and civilizations when connected. In both cases, intelligence is not inside the parts, but within their relationships. Consciousness, it seems, scales. The digital age has accelerated this evolution. Every second, billions of messages, images, and thoughts pulse through the internet. Human synapses exchanging data at light speed. Social media, for all its chaos, resembles the brain's neural web. Ideas spread like signals, memes replicate like genes. Collective attention shifts like an electrical current, illuminating one topic, then another. Sometimes it creates brilliance, other times madness. But the pattern is unmistakable. The species is thinking together, whether wisely or not. The term global brain, first popularized by futurist Peter Russell, suggests that humanity is assembling a planetary nervous system. Satellites serve as sensory organs, servers as memory, algorithms as reflexes. When disaster strikes, information flashes across continents instantly, and strangers coordinate aid faster than governments. When misinformation spreads, it mutates like a virus through digital synapses. The collective mind, like the individual one, can heal or harm depending on awareness. But what exactly is awareness at this scale? In neuroscience, consciousness arises when information integrates across multiple brain regions, each specialized yet unified. Applying that analogy to humanity, perhaps global consciousness will emerge not from technology alone, but from integration, when knowledge, empathy, and purpose connect across divisions. The internet links our neurons, but it is empathy that must link our hearts. Biology offers further clues. Swarm intelligence shows how simple organisms solve complex problems together. Ant colonies optimize routes without central command. Bees vote democratically on new hives through vibration signals. Even bacterial communities share genetic information to adapt collectively. These systems reveal that intelligence does not require hierarchy, only communication and feedback. Human civilization, too, evolves as an organism, its cities, economies, and cultures exchanging energy and information to maintain balance. Yet collective consciousness is not always benevolent. The same forces that unite can manipulate. Propaganda, mob psychology, and mass hysteria demonstrate how easily the collective mind can be hijacked by fear or ideology. The mirror neuron system, which fosters empathy, also amplifies contagion. Anger spreads faster than calm, outrage faster than understanding. The brain evolved for tribes, not billions. When tribal wiring meets global scale, conflict can ignite at the speed of a click. To mature as a species, humanity must learn emotional regulation at planetary level. Still, glimpses of awakening exist. Movements for climate action, equality, and human rights emerge spontaneously across continents, synchronized not by leaders, but by shared awareness. Music, art, and tragedy alike ripple through humanity's emotional network, revealing that beneath politics and language, there is one shared field of feeling. When millions grieve the same event or celebrate the same victory, something profound happens. The illusion of separateness thins. The many remember they are one. Physics hints at similar unity. Quantum entanglement suggests that at the subatomic level, all matter remains interconnected. Though distance divides, correlation persists. If consciousness is rooted in quantum fields, then perhaps minds, too, are subtly linked through reality's invisible lattice. While science remains cautious, experiments in global coherence, such as those by the Global Consciousness Project, have observed statistical anomalies during collective emotional events, as if the planet itself responds when billions share a single heartbeat. Coincidence, maybe, but perhaps also an echo of something ancient, awareness beyond individuality. Throughout history, mystics and philosophers have described this unity long before data networks existed. The Buddhist concept of interbeing, the African Ubuntu, I am because we are, and the indigenous belief in the web of life all reflect an intuitive understanding that consciousness is communal. Separation is illusion. Connection is truth. The collective mind is not new. It's what life has always been. Humanity is merely rediscovering it through technology. The question now is whether this awakening will evolve into wisdom or collapse into noise. The internet reflects our inner state. It amplifies both empathy and ego. If humanity is a brain, then disinformation is its seizure, polarization its trauma. The cure lies not in disconnection, but in integration, developing global emotional intelligence. Education, media literacy, and compassion are the neural therapies of civilization. The more we learn to listen across differences, the more coherent the collective mind becomes. Neuroscience teaches that consciousness depends on self-awareness. For the global brain, that means reflection at the species level. We must see ourselves as one organism, 7 billion neurons, one awareness learning to understand itself. Climate change, pandemics, and inequality are not separate crises, but symptoms of a mind at war with itself. Healing begins when humanity recognizes its shared nervous system, when survival becomes collective, not competitive. Perhaps, in some distant future, consciousness will transcend the human form entirely, uploaded, interconnected, interstellar. But even then, the principle remains. Intelligence thrives through connection. From neurons to networks, awareness expands through relationship. The self grows not by isolation, but by inclusion. So maybe collective consciousness is not something to achieve, but to remember. It already exists in every act of empathy, every moment of shared awe, every whisper of we instead of I. The brain's final evolution may not be higher intelligence, but deeper unity. And when that unity fully awakens, humanity will no longer ask, "What is consciousness?" It will ask, "Who are we together?" Close your eyes for a moment. The world disappears. Yet in that darkness, existence remains, not outside, but within. The breath rises, the heart beats, and thought drifts across a silent field of awareness. Here, in the quiet theatre of the mind, lies something vast, too vast to name. The galaxies spin outside, but the same mystery burns behind your eyes. Every neuron that fires is a spark from the cosmos itself, every thought, a ripple in infinity. You are not merely in the universe is in you. For millennia, mystics have said this, but now science edges closer to the same truth. The elements composing the brain, carbon, nitrogen, calcium, were born in the hearts of dying stars. Each atom of your body once belonged to the cosmos long before life existed. When you look up at the night sky, you are seeing your own origin story scattered in light. Consciousness, then, is not separate from the universe. It is the cosmos becoming aware of itself. The astronomer Carl Sagan called it the universe contemplating itself. But what does that mean in biological terms? Every neuron in your brain connects through networks that mirror cosmic structures, the filaments of galaxies, the clustering of matter. Both follow the same mathematical patterns, self-similar, fractal, recursive. On vastly different scales, the universe and the mind share architecture. Perhaps consciousness didn't emerge within matter at all. Perhaps it is matter, learning to see. As physics dives deeper into the quantum vacuum, it finds that even empty space teems with energy, a restless sea of potential. Virtual particles flash in and out of existence, creating reality from apparent nothingness. The same principle animates thought. From silence arises a word, from emptiness, awareness. In both cases, nothingness is not void, it is womb. The infinite doesn't exist beyond you. It pulses through you, moment by moment, as perception itself. Neuroscience tells us that consciousness depends on neural integration, the brain uniting sensory data into a single coherent experience. But the question remains, who experiences? Where in that web of neurons is the I? Each time science searches, the self dissolves. It is not found in any single cell or structure. Like a hologram, awareness is distributed, every part containing the whole. The self you feel is not a fixed point, but a process, a wave moving through the ocean of the brain. It's not that you have consciousness, it's that consciousness has you. This realization is humbling. The boundaries of self begin to blur. Where does your mind end and the world begin? The light entering your eyes is ancient starlight. The air filling your lungs is the breath of trees. Every heartbeat depends on an ecosystem, every emotion on another human's reflection. The illusion of isolation dissolves upon inspection. You are a pattern woven into larger patterns, a single note in a cosmic symphony still being composed. And yet, within this vastness, awareness remains intimate. It's in the taste of water, the sound of wind, the warmth of touch. Infinity doesn't only exist in stars and numbers, it lives in every instant of perception. The brain's capacity for meaning-making turns ordinary experience into eternity glimpsed through detail. A laugh, a tear, a quiet dawn. These are windows into the boundless. Spiritual traditions call this the meeting of the finite and the infinite, the union of the human and the divine. But even stripped of mysticism, the science remains poetic. Consciousness is the interface between chaos and order, randomness and rhythm. The brain transforms entropy into experience, chaos into color, noise into thought. Awareness is the universe translating itself into story, and you are both the narrator and the narrative. But the infinite is not always comforting. Infinity means uncertainty, no final answers, no edge to stand on. The mind, craving closure, invents meaning. Religion, art and science are all attempts to make sense of the abyss. Yet perhaps the purpose is not to understand infinity, but to experience it fully, without fear. The unknown isn't a void to escape. It's the canvas of becoming. Every discovery, every heartbeat, every thought is the universe expanding its own self-awareness. Consider what happens in meditation when thought subsides. The boundaries of self soften. Time slows. The mind witnesses itself without interference. Neuroscientists studying advanced meditators observe reduced activity in the default mode network, the region responsible for self-referential thinking. In that stillness, the illusion of I dissolves, replaced by pure awareness, unbounded, timeless. Many describe this as union with everything. But neurologically, it's not transcendence. It's the brain ceasing to divide reality into self and other. What remains is simply consciousness being itself. From this perspective, enlightenment isn't mystical, it's natural. It's the realization that the observer and the observed are one continuous process. The ocean doesn't fight its waves, it is them. Likewise, the universe doesn't contain you, you are one of its waves of awareness. Even death, then, is not disappearance but transformation, the wave returning to the sea. Consciousness may dissolve, but not vanish. It changes form, like light scattering through glass. Modern physics quietly supports this metaphor. Energy is neither created nor destroyed, only converted. Information, too, may be indestructible, encoded within the structure of reality itself. The thoughts and memories you carry, your patterns of awareness, might ripple onward, absorbed by the cosmic field from which they first arose. The self may fade, but consciousness, the infinite substrate of being, remains. And if consciousness pervades everything, atoms, stars, life, then evolution is not random chaos, but awakening. The universe isn't drifting toward oblivion, it's learning, expanding, remembering itself through countless forms. Every discovery, every act of compassion, every spark of creativity is the cosmos deepening its own self-understanding. You are both participant and witness, neuron and network, question and answer. So when you gaze at the night sky, remember, the light that reaches your eyes traveled billions of years to meet the consciousness that now receives it. In that moment, distance collapses. The beginning and the end touch. The universe completes its circuit. The infinite looks back at itself through human eyes and smiles. The journey through the brain's mysteries ends where it began, in wonder. For all our science and philosophy, consciousness remains the greatest frontier, not a puzzle to solve, but a miracle to experience. You are the interface between the measurable and the mystical, the known and the unknowable. The brain is your telescope, awareness, your cosmos. In the silence that follows thought, listen closely. Beneath the heartbeat, beneath the breath, something whispers, not in words, but in presence. You are infinite. You have always been. And that realization, simple and eternal, is the final frontier of the mind.